Chapter 2209. Even a golden flame elder would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian among the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism present. Even if he consumed some pills to recover some of his saint energy, he would only be able to wield the strength of a golden flame elder for a short period of time, while he was rescuing Kerr and her daughter. Even if 1 or 2 golden flame elders tried to stop him, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, he had to think of a way to lure them away from Zoroastrianism so that they would not ruin his plan. Coincidentally, there was a way for him to prevent the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism from returning to the Zoroastrianism's base for a short period of time. It was the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. The Dharma rod had flown away with Hao Shuang's severed arm to some unknown location. When Hao Shuang fled, he did not flee in that direction. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was using it as bait to lure the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism to look for it. The super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, belongs to whoever finds it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, including the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism, began to breathe rapidly. The Dharma rod could be considered as Duan Lingtian's spoils of war. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had the right to decide what to do with it. Now that Duan Lingtian had announced that he was going to use it as a reward, how could the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism not be tempted? Were they not shocked? Guardian Lingtian, are you serious? Lung Ying asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I won't joke in front of so many people. Why? Are all of you not interested? 10 breaths. I've already started the countdown. After 10 breaths, if I find the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, you won't be able to get it. Duan Lingtian said mockingly when he saw that the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism did not make a move. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, let's go! The Dharma rod is mine. Humph, it's mine. The group of high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect made their move in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, had flown to. All of them wanted to be the first to find the Dharma rod. Even the 4 great guardians of the fire worship sect had made their move. Moreover, they were leading the way. Among them, Protector Zifeng's cultivation was the highest, his strength was the strongest, and his speed was the fastest. The super saint weapon, the super saint weapon, super saint weapon, the Dharma rod to super saint weapon, to the super saint rod. It had to be said that no one could resist the benefit that Duan Lingtian had given them. Wah! After the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism disappeared, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. His face turned green and white as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of congested blood came from his stubbornness. He had endured it for a long time. Now that there was no one around, he did not have to hold it in any more. While they're looking for the Dharma rod, it's time for me to bring Kerr and her mother away from Zoroastrianism. After taking out a healing pill and a pill to restore his saint chi, Duan Lingtian rushed toward the Zoroastrianism's base as fast as he could. His destination was the holy land of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated there. At this moment, Kerr and her mother were inside. Although the direction of Hao Shuang's soul is different from the direction of the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, with the master recognition bond between Hao Shuang and the Dharma rod, he'll definitely be able to locate the Dharma rod in a short time. As the possessor of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian knew about the connection between a person and the super saint weapon after it had acknowledged him as its master. At this moment, Hao Shuang's soul had most likely found the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Even if the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were to search for it, it would be futile. However, the soul of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, is able to exist in heaven and earth without any restrictions after using the soul-detaching technique. It's as good as having an extra life. When Duan Lingtian was on his way to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism's cultivation place, he could not help but feel shocked when he recalled how Hao Shuang's soul had abandoned his body and fled. At that moment, all the energy in the Jasper celestial sword had been transferred to Hao Shuang's body. For this reason, after killing Hao Shuang's body, he could only watch as Hao Shuang's soul fled. He could not give chase. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Hao Shuang to live. As the saying went, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Duan Lingtian made his way back, the sun saint origin in his body gradually recovered. His speed increased as well. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. It's Lingtian, guardian Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum, he was discovered by the patrolling elders in the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, they did not dare to stop Duan Lingtian like they did when he first returned to Zoroastrianism. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian's identity was no longer the same as before since he could move freely in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. Just his strength alone was enough to make them flinch. They did not dare to provoke him. Guardian Lingtian, the person involved, has returned. Does this mean the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have retreated? Many of the elders in the White Tiger Sanctum thought to themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian's return spread throughout the White Tiger Sanctum and caused a commotion. Guardian Lingtian has returned? Does this mean the Supreme Elder did not manage to gain anything from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even though he personally made a move? Humph! Lord Sect Leader is now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's only natural that he's not afraid of Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. Everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum was discussing among themselves. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He immediately soared into the sky and arrived at the floating islands in the clouds above the Saint Island. Now, there were no longer only 3 floating islands below the highest floating island, but 5 floating islands. The 2 floating islands were none other than the cultivation grounds of the 2 new guardians, Duan Lingtian and Lunging. The Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism, who was in charge of patrolling the area, sensed the commotion and rushed over when he saw someone approaching. However, when he saw the person who had arrived was Duan Lingtian, he retreated. It's Lingtian, guardian Duan Lingtian. He's back? The Silver Flame Elder, who was in charge of patrolling the area, was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned safely. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had spoken to everyone in the Zoroastrianism, he knew what had happened today. Kerr. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. It was located at the highest point of the floating island. This floating island was at the highest point. There was no other floating island around it. It was more like a high and mighty emperor that looked down at its subjects. A formation. Duan Lingtian discovered the existence of a formation when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. However, Duan Lingtian could easily destroy the formation with his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, since he had recovered some of his sun saint energy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian took out the Jasper celestial sword and injected some sun saint energy into it. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray shot out and easily destroyed the formation that was blocking his way. Kerr! Duan Lingtian cried out excitedly when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a trace of sun saint energy, so it could be heard clearly in every corner of the mansion. Meanwhile, in one of the courtyards in Duan Lingtian's mansion, a beautiful woman who was pacing back and forth with a worried expression on her face trembled when she heard the voice. She lifted her head and looked at the sky. A purple figure stood there with a sword in his hand. It was none other than the figure that she had been dreaming about. "Young master." The woman was so excited that her face flushed red. It was as though she had just encountered a joyous occasion. This woman was none other than Kerr. Seeing that her man was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. After all, she was so anxious that her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she learned that the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse who was ranked second on the supreme saint ranking, had come looking for trouble with her man. It's him? He's back? The people from Zhuangzi Buddhism didn't make things difficult for him. At the same time, Ganru Yen, who had heard the voice, walked out of the room at the side of the courtyard. She lifted her head and looked at the familiar figure in the sky with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had heard the voice of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, when the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism had arrived. Lang Qianjin had come for Duan Lingtian with ill intentions. Because of this, her heart couldn't help but hang in the air, let alone her younger sister, Kerr. Although Kerr's voice was not loud, Duan Lingtian, who had extended his divine consciousness, heard it. Duan Lingtian immediately locked onto the source of the voice. He focused his strange pupil, and a graceful figure that he had been dreaming about appeared in his line of sight. Kerr. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He descended from the sky and charged toward Kerr. Outside the courtyard where Kerr was, Duan Lingtian encountered another formation that blocked his way. Once again, he destroyed it with a wave of his sword. When Duan Lingtian destroyed the formation, a voice rang in the air. "Saint Girl." Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was fighting with the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism in the distance, also sensed something. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 2210. Who is it? Who is the person who destroyed the formation I set up outside the Saint Girl's courtyard? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had a ghastly expression on his face after he dodged the attack from Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before he left the Zoroastrianism base, he had casually set up a formation outside the courtyard where the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism lived. Since it was a hastily set up formation, its defensive strength was not strong. Even a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism could easily destroy it. The reason he set up the formation was to prevent the Saint Girl and her daughter from escaping. Even Ganru Yen, the most powerful person by the Saint Girl and her daughter's side, was unable to destroy the formation. For this reason, he was not worried at all. However, although he was at ease, he still kept an eye out and did something to the formation. As long as the formation was destroyed, he would be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, he sensed that the formation had been destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed in an instant. In other words, the person who destroyed the formation was at least as strong as a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism, or even stronger. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lang Qianjin's attack, which Tang Xian had managed to dodge in time, landed heavily on the barren mountain beneath their feet as it missed its target. Suddenly, the entire barren mountain shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it had just been baptized by the flames of war. After the smoke and dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared out of thin air in the barren mountain. Just by looking into the pit, one could feel chills running down one's spine. It was as though there was a terrifying monster in the pit. "Tang Xian, how dare you be distracted when you're fighting me?" After his attack failed, Lang Qianjin did not continue to attack. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Tang Xian with a grave expression on his face. Naturally, he noticed Tang Xian's absent-mindedness. For this reason, he felt Tang Xian's actions were an insult to him. "Elder Lang, let's call it a day. I have something to deal with now. We'll fight again in the future." Upon hearing Lang Qianjin's voice, Tang Xian glanced at him. At this moment, Tang Xian's gaze was so cold that even Lang Qianjin could not help but tremble when he saw it. Without waiting for Lang Qianjin's response, his body turned into a shadow and dissipated with the wind, as if he had been weathered into the void. Seeing this, Lang Qianjin's face turned even uglier. However, he did not do anything. This was because he knew it was impossible for him to chase after Tang Xian, since Tang Xian had already cast the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the number one movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Where did Tang Xian's movement divine ability come from? Lang Qianjin's expression was slightly distorted. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his slightly distorted face. I've never heard of Zoroastrianism having such a divine ability. Where did he obtain this divine ability? How did he come across such a fortuitous encounter? At that time, even with my cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability, Tang Xian still managed to escape from me. At that time, his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Zhuangzi Buddhism's divine ability was an extremely powerful assist-type divine ability. Although it was not widely acknowledged as the best assist-type divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many assist-type divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land that could compare to it. Although Lang Qianjin, who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had cast this divine ability, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, escaped. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the number one movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land that Tang Xian mastered was. When Tang Xian's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lang Qianjin could not catch up to him, let alone now. For this reason, Lang Qianjin did not chase after Tang Xian when he saw Tang Xian casting the movement divine ability. He knew he would not be able to catch up to Tang Xian even if he tried. If that was the case, why would he waste his energy? Lang Qianjin raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As he waved his hand, a green light that was flying over from afar was caught in his hand. When he opened his hand, he saw it was a communication jade token. Crack! After crushing the communication jade slip, a familiar voice clearly entered Lang Qianjin's ears. Lang Qianjin's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on Lang Qianjin's face. This was because the news he received from the communication jade slip was simply too shocking. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had personally passed this communication jade token to him. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had told him everything that had happened after he left. That lucky brat who killed the Golden Lion King managed to defeat Hao Shuang with just one strike? Hao Shuang had no choice but to abandon his body and flee. If it wasn't for the fact that he intentionally spared Hao Shuang's life, so Hao Shuang could seek revenge from the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the future, he might have been able to kill Hao Shuang with just one strike. Sect leader had to sever his own arm because of Hao Shuang's threat? Lang Qianjin was completely stunned when he heard this news. He did not expect that Tang Xian would be able to defeat Tang Xian. After he had dealt with Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land, had helped them, and yet they still ended up in such a sorry state. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Duan Lingtian obtain in the independent space left behind by the three eminent devils? After a while, Lang Qianjin regained his senses. Lang Qianjin's face twisted again until it became ferocious and terrifying. The heavens are unfair. Why are all the people from the Zoroastrianism so lucky? Lang Qianjin suddenly looked up at the sky with a resentful expression on his face. Whether it was Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or Duan Lingtian, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, their fortuitous encounters and the benefits they obtained from their fortuitous encounters made Lang Qianjin so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Tang Xian had obtained the number one movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the strength of the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. This isn't over. This isn't over. Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. I, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. I, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. Although Lang Qianjin was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to accept it. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost the battle between Zoroastrianism and Zhuangzi Buddhism. Naturally, he could go to the Zoroastrianism alone and vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, the consequences of that would be the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would follow suit and go to the Zhuangzi Buddhism to vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zhuangzi Buddhism. When he thought about the consequences, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress his anger. There would be plenty of time in the future. He did not believe there would not be a chance for him to deal with Zoroastrianism in the future. In the Zoroastrianism estate, the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. But, Duan Lingtian looked at the woman who had been in his dreams for many years. He was so emotional that he did not know what to say. At the same time, he could not help but reach out to touch the woman's face with his trembling hand. However, he stopped halfway as he was afraid his hand would not touch her. The beautiful woman before him had appeared in his dreams many times. Now that she was standing in front of him, he was at a loss for what to do. He was afraid this was just a dream. Young master. 2 streams of clear tears fell from Coer's face that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful, and then her delicate body trembled as she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace, unable to restrain her emotions. At this moment, she had completely thrown aside all her feminine modesty. Now, in her eyes, there was only this man who she had been thinking about day and night. The heat in his arms made Duan Lingtian realize that everything in front of him was not his imagination. He was not dreaming. The woman who had been in his dreams was now standing in front of him and lying in his arms. Duan Lingtian also reached out and hugged Ker tightly, as if he was afraid she would leave him. I'm late. I'm late. You're not late. You're not late, Ker, who was lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, shook her head. Her tear-stained face was full of satisfaction. She hugged Duan Lingtian even tighter, as if she was worried that the man she had been thinking about day and night would leave her again. Duan Lingtian hugged Ker and felt his heart was at peace. He was like a wanderer who had found a harbor to rest in, a gentle home, a hero's grave. There was nothing better than this. At this moment, a voice sounded and broke the beautiful atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, you must have sneaked back while the sect leader and the others were fighting with the Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Now, shouldn't we leave first? At some point in time, Gan Ruyan, who was hugging a little girl who was fast asleep, was standing next to Duan Lingtian and Ker. When Gan Ruyan's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had woken up from a dream. That's right. Ker, we have to leave now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and spoke to Coer's expression changed. Guardian Lingtian? It's really you. A low and deep voice that was mixed with anger sounded like a thunderclap from afar, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the other two's faces to turn pale. Whoosh! Chapter 22:11. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and rapidly solidified was none other than the leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, sect leader. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Tang Xian, and he revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism fighting fiercely with the Grand Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? How could he have returned so quickly? Gan Ruyan's expression changed when she saw Tang Xian return. As for Ker, her expression changed slightly, but she still stuck close to Duan Lingtian. It was as if as long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, She was not afraid of anything. The little girl in Ganru Yan's arms was Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling. She lay quietly in Ganru Yan's arms. The reason why she was so quiet was because Ganru Yan had given her a pill that would allow her to sleep temporarily without any side effects. This was to prevent her and her mother from worrying about her father's safety. Guardian Lingtian, I didn't expect it to be you. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were cold and piercing, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he noticed Duan Lingtian resembled the daughter of their Zoroastrianism saint, he only suspected Duan Lingtian was the saint's man in the lower province. Of course, at the same time, he also thought of a way to test Duan Lingtian. That method was the statement he had deliberately made to the outside world. 3 months later, the saint's daughter would be executed. In his opinion, as long as Guardian Lingtian of the Zoroastrianism was the saint girl's man in the lower province, he would definitely not watch his daughter die. At that time, he would definitely give himself away. This was the opportunity Tang Xian had been waiting for. However, he did not expect Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism would be exposed even before that. It's really me? Although Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Tang Xian's appearance, he could not help but feel puzzled when he heard Tang Xian's words. He did not understand what Tang Xian's words meant. Humph. As though he saw Duan Ling Tian's daughter's confusion, Tang Xian snorted and said, I notice that the saint's daughter's daughter resembles you. Moreover, you're from the lower province of the lower the saint as well. Therefore, I'm suspicious you're the saint's man of the saint's daughter of the lower province of the saints of the saint of the lower of the saint of heaven. Daughter? Duan of the saint's ling of the of C, daughter, daughters of the of C, saint of the saints of the other saint. S of C of her of the of Lingtian of the that of she C of the of her of the of C. The little girl was lying in Gan Ru Yan's arms. Only half of her cute little face could be seen. However, it was difficult to hide the resemblance between them. This is Ker's and my daughter. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he looked at the little girl. The feeling of being connected by blood melted his heart at this moment. This was his daughter. His and Ker's daughter. However, before I can confirm it, it's just a suspicion. Tang Xian's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I wanted to wait 3 months and pretend to execute the saint girl's daughter to confirm my suspicions. I didn't expect you to expose yourself in advance. Tang Xian's voice was filled with rage as he spoke. It was as though he was extremely furious. Swoosh! Swoosh! Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, both Ker and Gan Ru Yan's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they were unaware that Tang Xian had announced to the public that he was going to execute Duan Siling. So, you release the news that you're going to execute my daughter to bait me into taking the bait. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation. His expression darkened immediately. I didn't bait you into taking the bait. Tang Xian continued to say coldly, Previously, I wasn't sure if you were the man the saint girl had found in the lower province. I merely wanted to test you. If you weren't, everyone would be happy. However, if you are, even if you're the guardian of Zoroastrianism, your sin is unforgivable. Tang Xian's words were filled with determination. It was as though there was no room for negotiation. If Duan Lingtian was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, Duan Lingtian would be an unforgivable sinner. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Ganru Yan looked at Tang Xian and said, Currently, Duan Lingtian is the guardian of Zoroastrianism. He's the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Can't we give him the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect? In the past, in Zoroastrianism, didn't guardians have the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect as well? According to the rules of the sect, he's going to be executed. If he's dead, it'll be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. It'll only bring harm to us. Gan Ruyan's intention was to convince Tang Xian to let Duan Lingtian go. Moreover, she had given Duan Lingtian and her younger sister the green light to fulfill their wishes and allow the lovers to finally get married. Little Ruyan, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Tang Xian's expression darkened when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He glared at her. If the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was just an ordinary saint, he would naturally give the green light to Duan Lingtian and the saint girl because of how important Duan Lingtian was to Zoroastrianism. He would even take the initiative to matchmake them and turn their story into a story of Zoroastrianism. However, this saint girl was not an ordinary saint girl. Her origin was not simple at all. Her existence was related to that godlike expert. For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly. Not only did he not dare to act recklessly, but he also had to imprison Duan Lingtian and wait for the godlike powerhouse's judgment in the mundane realm. Tang Xian's words to Gan Ruyan showed how determined he was about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Ke. There was no way he would allow the Duan Lingtian to be together with the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Even if Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian would not allow it. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Tang Xian's words. Initially, he was still thinking. Now that Tang Xian had seen through his disguise, perhaps he could use his current strength to make Tang Xian appreciate talents and not pursue the matter between him and Ke. He did not expect Tang Xian to be so resolute. Duan Lingtian realized there was no way he could let this matter go, so he did not waste his breath. It seems like I can only try to lure Tang Xian into the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and ask Hualao to kill him before he kills me. Otherwise, I'll be the one who dies. Moreover, after I die, Ke and her mother will be in danger as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no other choice. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he could not think of any other way to turn the situation around. Hualao! Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Elder Hua as soon as he decided to do it. It's too risky. He might not fall for it. This was Hua Lao's reply to Duan Lingtian. I know it's too risky and he might not fall for it. However, Hualao, do you think I have any other choice? Duan Lingtian asked bitterly. Put the Jasper, Celestial Sword, and the Universe ruler back into the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. I'll try to see if I can send both of you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saintland. Hualao's voice resonated again, shocking Duan Lingtian. Hualao said, What do you mean? Send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saintland? Hualao! You! Duan Lingtian was about to ask something when Hualao interrupted him. There's no need to ask. What you need to do now is to put the Jasper, Celestial Sword, and the Universe ruler back into the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. All right. All this while, Hualao had never lied to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao very much. Since Hualao had said so much, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. With just a thought, he moved the Jasper, Celestial Sword, and the Universe ruler from his spatial ring to the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian put the Jasper, Celestial Sword, and the Universe ruler back into the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, something happened. Duan Lingtian discovered the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda that was originally the size of a speck of dust in his ear actually flew out on its own. It seemed like it was out of his control. Didn't Hualao say before that although he's the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, he can't control the pagoda? Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, shouted coldly. He moved in an attempt to capture Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. A circular light shield formed from tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays appeared and shrouded Duan Lingtian, Ker, Gonruyen, and Duan Sealing. The seven treasures' exquisite pagoda that flew out on its own was also shrouded by the light shield. "Who's there?" Tang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air. His saint origin surged out as the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage surged out like a bolt of lightning. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air and shrouded him. As a sword cultivator, he could clearly sense how terrifying the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays that formed the light shield were. This is Elder Hua's technique. Rip. All of a sudden, the sound of something being torn apart rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a crack appearing in the void. In the void where the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was, a crack appeared out of thin air. Behind the crack was extremely dark, and no one knew where it led to. Chapter 2212. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others were sucked into the tear in the void, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unleashed his energy on the light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays. Boom! 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 Following a series of loud booms, small mushroom clouds appeared on the side of the light barrier one after another. Terrifying shock waves also spread out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the huge courtyard was reduced to rubble. Moreover, the shock waves continued to sweep out in all directions after the courtyard was reduced to rubble. A few moments later, half of Tang Xian's mansion was reduced to rubble. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it was the end of the world. However, Tang Xian did not seem to notice this at all. Naturally, it was not that he did not notice this at all. It was just that he was distracted by something else. How's this possible? Tang Xian was shocked when he discovered this. When his power whizzed out and slammed into the circular light shield in front of him, no matter how the void outside shook and distorted, the circular light shield remained unmoved, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. Although Tang Xian did not use his full strength earlier, he had used 70 to 80% of his strength. Even a defensive technique cast by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be damaged by his energy. The light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays hovered motionlessly in the air. The tear in the void that appeared out of thin air and sucked Duan Lingtian and the others into it gradually disappeared as though it was never there in the first place. Tang Xian could only watch on helplessly. "Sir, who are you?" At this moment, Tang Xian did not have the time to care about Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked at the light shield that was formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays and asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" The circular light barrier hovered in the air, seemingly separating two different worlds from one another. Earlier, he did not have the time to examine it. However, when Tang Xian carefully examined the light shield, he could clearly sense a terrifying aura. It was as though the aura was capable of destroying everything. Apart from that, Tang Xian had also witnessed the invincibility of the demonic beast through the probing earlier. To a certain extent, a powerhouse who could form such a light shield with his or her own strength had transcended the mundane realm. Tang Xian was well aware of this. After all, he had encountered such a powerhouse a few decades ago. That was a godlike powerhouse. Up until now, Tang Xian was still horrified when he recalled the strength that expert revealed with every single move, and he felt a strand of coldness rise from the bottom of his feet to his head. However, as soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, whoosh! The circular light barrier formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword glows disappeared in front of Tang Xian's eyes with a gentle gust of wind. It was as though it had never appeared. All of a sudden, Tang Xian was the only one left standing in the void. Apart from that, there was a huge ruin. Gasp! After a long while, Tang Xian finally regained his senses. He could not help but gasp. The light shield formed by the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays had disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the light shield was not weak at all. That light shield was formed by a powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. Just a wave of his hand, and his technique is so powerful. I'm afraid such a powerhouse would be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. Tang Xian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. However, he could not find anything, even after he looked around for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, outside a dilapidated village, rip, accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, a hideous and terrifying crack appeared in the void. The crack continued to expand until it was 10 meters, long before it stopped expanding. After it stopped expanding, it began to shrink rapidly. It was as though a spring had been pulled open. After it was released, it began to shrink rapidly. As the crack shrank, 3 figures rushed out from it. It was a purple-clothed young man and 2 women who looked exactly the same but had completely different temperaments. One of the women was carrying a little girl who was fast asleep in her arms. Walao! The purple-clad young man's expression changed drastically when he saw the 4 of them. He cried out in agony. The 2 women regained their senses when they heard the purple-clad young man's cry. They immediately looked at the purple-clad young man. "Young master, what's wrong?" The woman, with a temperament as gentle as jade, looked at the purple-clad young man worriedly. She had a concerned expression on her face, and when she asked, her tone was filled with anxiety. However, the purple-clothed young man acted as if he did not hear the woman's words. He continued to stand there with a pained expression on his face. His body continued to tremble as if he had encountered something that caused him great pain. "Duan Lingtian?" The cold-looking woman with the little girl in her arms looked at the purple-clad young man with a frown on her face. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Just a moment ago, he, the 2 women, and the little girl were still in Zoroastrianism in the upper province's western province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, at this moment, they had traveled through space and arrived in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was no longer in the lower province. Not only had he lost contact with Hulao, but he had also lost contact with Hulao. Not only that, but even the connection between him and the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda had disappeared as well. The 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda had long acknowledged him as its master, and there was a bloodline connection between them. However, the bloodline connection had disappeared without a trace. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he immediately speculated, "What's going on?" Hua Lao must have used some forbidden technique to self-destruct the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda to protect them and forcefully tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to send them back to the lower province. If the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda had not been destroyed, how could the connection between them have been severed? If the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda is destroyed, Hua Lao won't be able to survive. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled violently when he thought of this. Ever since he had obtained the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and met Hua Lao, the scenes of Hua Lao helping him flashed before his eyes. Now, in order to protect him, Elder Hu did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. "Hua Lao!" Duan Lingtian cried out in grief again as he knelt down to pray for Hua Lao's soul in heaven. Although Kerr did not know what had happened, she did not know who the Hua Lao that Duan Lingtian had mentioned was. However, she could clearly feel her man's pain. Due to this reason, she immediately knelt down with him and silently stayed by his side. Ganru Yen stood at the side with a confused expression on her face. Not only was she confused by Duan Lingtian's action of kneeling, but she was also confused about why she had suddenly appeared in this place. This place seems to be the lower province. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was far from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, it gave Ganru Yin a sense of familiarity. It was as though she had been to the lower province before. "Kerr!" Duan Lingtian, who had been kneeling for a while, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "We've already returned to the lower province." The reason we were able to return to the lower province from the Zoroastrianism estate in the upper province is because Hua Lao sacrificed himself. He sacrificed himself to forcefully tear open the void and send us back to the lower province. That's how we managed to escape from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, apart from sadness, there was a hint of disappointment in his voice as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr finally understood everything. She finally understood why her man was in so much pain and why he was kneeling in the void. As it turned out, it was all because of Hua Lao, who had sacrificed himself to save them and send them back to the lower province. "Hua Lao, thank you for saving young master and us. Thank you." Following that, Kerr kowtowed 3 times to the void as well. A hint of sadness could be heard in her voice. Although Kerr had never come into contact with Hua Lao before this, and she did not know about his existence, the kind-hearted Kerr was still saddened by what Hua Lao had done. Hua Lao, after learning about what had happened, Ganru Yen also kneeled and kowtowed 3 times to the void with a solemn expression on her face. At this moment, some of the questions in her heart were finally answered. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian thought Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, had sacrificed his life and the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to save them from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was because of what Duan Lingtian had experienced earlier. He could only come up with such a conjecture. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibility. Most importantly, he discovered that the connection between him and the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was no longer there. Unless the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was destroyed, how could it have lost its connection with him? However, was this really the truth of the matter? In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, somewhere outside the Zoroastrianism's estate in the western province, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe hovered in the air. A 7-level exquisite pagoda lay quietly in his hand. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it with just a glance. Chapter 22:13. Lord, are we really not going to greet him? In the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao asked the red-clad young man through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was facing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the red-clad young man had asked him to trick Duan Lingtian into putting the celestial supreme treasures, the Jasper, celestial sword, and the universe ruler, back into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. As for sending Duan Lingtian back to the lower province, it was also the red-clad young man who had asked him to do so. Later on, the red-clad young man had blocked the attack of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and sent Duan Lingtian and the others back to the lower province. The red-clad young man had even forcefully severed the connection between Duan Lingtian and the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, causing the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to lose its master. At the same time, it caused Duan Lingtian to lose the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure. Hua Lao could only imagine. If Duan Lingtian discovered the connection between him and the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had been severed after he returned to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, his imagination would definitely run wild. For this reason, he asked the red-clad young man. The red-clad young man was none other than Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary, destructive, flaming, heavenly sword. "I know what I'm doing." Hearing Elder Hua's voice transmission, the sword soul, Kuang Ling, responded faintly. Then he stepped on the air and shot toward the sky. After an unknown period of time, and how far Kuang Ling had flown, all of a sudden, his figure came to a halt. In the next moment, swish! Quang Ling raised his hand and pointed a finger forward. A blood-red sword light whizzed out from his fingertip, leaving behind a sinister and terrifying crack in the void. As soon as this crack appeared, it was several tens of meters long. It looked extremely exaggerated. Immediately after, Quang Ling's figure flashed and entered the crack together with the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. As soon as Quang Ling left, the rift began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack had completely closed up as if it had never appeared. After that, the void returned to its calm state. East of the Zoroastrianism encampment, a group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials returned. These senior managers of Zoroastrianism were headed by the 2 deputy heads of Zoroastrianism. The rest of them were either Golden Flame elders or deputy heads of the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism. After searching for so long, we still haven't found a trace of the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Do all of you think the 4 guardians found the Dharma Rod in advance? Suddenly, a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism guessed. It's possible. After all, the speed of the 4 guardians is much faster than us. Moreover, we didn't see them all the way here. The super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, has most likely been obtained by one of them. Another Golden Flame elder nodded. Based on his words, it was obvious he agreed with the former's words. Guardians, if you found the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, you should have told us about it. We've been searching like idiots for so long, but we still couldn't find it in the end. A Golden Flame elder grumbled softly. His words resonated with many of the people in the surroundings. Even the 2 deputy sect leaders felt the same way. I wonder which guardian obtained the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After entering the Zoroastrianism encampment's White Tiger Sanctum, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall brought up the topic. The group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. I think it's Guardian Zi Feng. I think it's Guardian Zi Feng as well. After all, apart from Guardian Ling Tian, Guardian Zi Feng is the strongest out of the 3 guardians. The super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is most likely his. I don't think it's Guardian Zi Feng. After all, it's normal for a person to make a mistake. Although Guardian Zi Feng is the strongest and the fastest among the 4 guardians, it doesn't mean he'll definitely be able to find the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. That makes sense as well. However, was the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, really in the hands of the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism? Naturally, the answer was no. The 4 guardians from the fire worship sect continued to search in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, flew out with Hao Shuang's severed arm. They searched every inch of the area until they reached a faraway place. However, their efforts were in vain. At this moment, they could not help but suspect Hao Shuang had returned and taken the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Naturally, they returned empty-handed as well. As soon as they returned to the Zoroastrianism's estate and passed by the White Tiger Sanctum, they heard many disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum discussing the great battle of the Saint Land. Great battle of the Saint Land? For a moment, they thought the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, had returned from the battle. They immediately returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When they returned to the Saint Land, they learned the commotion came from the sky above the Saint Island. They flew through the clouds and arrived near their cultivation place. This, when the 4 of them looked at the highest point of the floating island, they were dumbfounded. They could clearly see it. The cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the huge mansion, was in ruins. Moreover, their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, was hovering in the air above the ruins. He was motionless. No one knew what he was doing. Greetings, Lord Guardians. At this moment, a silver figure flew over from the distance. When he saw the 4 great guardians of the fire worship sect, he bowed respectfully at them. It was none other than the Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism, who was in charge of patrolling the area. What's going on? Guardian Lung Ing asked with a frown on his face as he looked at the Silver Flame Elder. At this moment, he and the other 3 Zoroastrianism guardians could vaguely guess what was going on. The destruction of the cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had nothing to do with the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. If their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism had fought here, it was impossible for only half of the mansion of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect to be in ruins. The battle between 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage should have destroyed all the floating islands. I'm not too sure what's going on. The Silver Flame Elder smiled dryly. All I know is that not long after Guardian Ling Tian returned, there was a huge commotion here. By the time I arrived, it was already like this. Lord Sect Leader has been standing there for a long time. As the Silver Flame Elder spoke, he looked at the floating island at the highest point. His gaze landed on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian. Upon hearing the Silver Flame Elder's words, the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect frowned. After the Silver Flame Elder left, the 4 of them soared into the sky to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. Lord Sect Leader, what's going on? Tang Xian regained his senses when he saw the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. Earlier, when Tang Xian realized there might be a powerhouse who was stronger than the mundane realm hiding in the dark, he was on high alert. He did not dare to make any rash moves. Just like that, he stood there for a long time. It was only when the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism appeared that he relaxed. He realized the powerhouse had most likely left. It's nothing. Tang Xian shook his head when he saw the 4 guardians looking at him in confusion. It was not that he wanted to hide the truth, but he did not know where to begin. After all, if he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to believe there was such a powerhouse in the mundane realm. Did all of you just come back? Tang Xian asked when he saw the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were travel-worn. It was as though they had just returned from afar. Yes. Guardian Hong Yun nodded. Then she smiled wryly and said, "We went to look for the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. That's why we came back a little late." The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod? Tang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Hong Yun's words. The Dharma Rod has appeared? Where did all of you get this information from? The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is in Hao Shuang's hands. The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism began to tell Tang Xian everything that had happened after he left the mundane realm. This included how the Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited Hao Shuang to the mundane realm. It also included how Duan Lingtian had defeated Hao Shuang with a single move. They told Tang Xian everything that had happened after that. It took Tang Xian a while to regain his senses. He was shocked. He defeated Hao Shuang with a single move? A complicated expression appeared on Tang Xian's face when he received confirmation from the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the threat from that godlike powerhouse, Duan Lingtian, the strongest person at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would be one of the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. The strength of the Zoroastrianism would be further enhanced with a guardian like Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Tang Xian muttered to himself. Tang Xian sighed when he thought about Duan Lingtian, who was nowhere to be found. He had no idea where Duan Lingtian was sent to. Lord Sect Leader? The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were even more confused when they saw Tang Xian's reaction. Guardian Lingtian is the man the saint girl found in the lower province. The saint girl's daughter is his child, Tang Xian said in a deep voice. The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. Guardian Ling Tian was the man, the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism, found in the lower province? This. Chapter 22:14. Although the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism still found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe what Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had said. Sect leader. Zi Feng immediately looked at Tang Xian and said in a deep voice, although Guardian Ling Tian's actions have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and can't be forgiven, it's still better for us to have him than to lose him. After all, with his current strength, he's capable of holding his own in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. With him, our Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings. The moment Zi Feng spoke, the other 3 guardians chimed in one after another. That's right, sect leader. Although Zoroastrianism has strict rules, the guardians of Zoroastrianism have always had the privilege of ignoring the rules. In my opinion, we should let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Although the marriage between Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl is against the rules of Zoroastrianism, isn't it a precedent? Even if this matter is passed down to the future, it'll still be a rare story in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed. Moreover, Guardian Ling Tian possesses the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. In the future, when the Devil clans invade the Upper Province, Zoroastrianism can rely on the Devil Seal Tablet to gain the upper hand. The 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism spoke in unison, asking Tang Xian to let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Humph. It's impossible for me to let them be together now. When Tang Xian heard their words, he recalled what had happened earlier and could not help but let out a cold snort. The 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not know what Tang Xian meant. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian and the Saint Girl should have returned to the lower province by now. Tang Xian continued to speak in a deep voice, and the reason why he made such a guess was because this was the only possibility. The void rifts that appeared in the light shield were either connected to an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial or connected to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If it was an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial, it was impossible that he did not notice it until now. No matter what, this was his place to cultivate. For this reason, he had guessed. Duan Ling Tian, the Saint Girl of the Fire Worship Sect, and Gan Ruyen, the daughter of the Saint Girl, should have returned to the lower province through the tear in the void. The lower province? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the 4 guardians from the Fire Worship Sect who had yet to regain their senses were stunned. At the same time, in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, outside the dilapidated village, Duan Ling Tian, who had been kneeling for an unknown amount of time, finally stood up slowly. As he stood up, Duan Ling Tian helped Kerr, who was kneeling beside him, up. Walao! Duan Ling Tian held Kerr's hand tightly as he stood next to Kerr. He looked at the boundless sky and muttered, "Don't worry. Since you're the one who traded your life for mine, I'll cherish my life even more." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he bowed deeply at the boundless sky. Kerr followed suit and bowed as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, was destroyed and Hua Lao was dead. He did not expect the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda would be destroyed. Not only was Hua Lao not dead, but the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was not destroyed as well. The 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was destroyed by a powerhouse from the Devata realm. That powerhouse was extremely powerful. With just a thought, he had erased the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda's ownership mark. Currently, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and Hua Lao had been brought back to the Devata realm by that powerhouse. We've been in the lower province for quite some time now, Duan Ling Tian said. At this moment, Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where are we going now? I'm afraid the lower province isn't as peaceful as we thought." She had also heard about the news of Duan Lingtian in Sin City. She knew the devil clans from the land of exile had once again crossed the space barrier and entered the Debussy subterranean. "Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion." Duan Lingtian replied immediately when he heard Gan Ruyan's question. In the past, Gan Ruyan was the only one who knew about the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Kerr knew nothing about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, they did not know Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Later on, when Duan Lingtian's name spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, news of Duan Lingtian's deeds in the lower province began to spread. At this moment, both Kerr and Gan Ruyen had learned about Duan Lingtian's identity in the lower province. "Young master, since you're the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is Aunt Ro in the Azure Cloud Mansion as well?" Kerr asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a look of concern in her eyes. In her heart, she had long regarded Aunt Ro as her mother. She was in the upper province previously, but I'm not sure now. A worried expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he shook his head. After all, he had just returned to the lower province. All he knew was that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. However, he knew nothing about the situation in the lower province. However, he was certain of one thing. In the face of the devil clans from the land of exile, the people in the lower province would not be able to resist at all. After all, most of the people who were still in the lower province were weaker than the rest. Most of the powerhouses in the Dao Marshal Saint Land were in the upper province. This village, when Duan Lingtian glanced at the dilapidated village with his consciousness, he discovered the village was filled with withered corpses. It was as though the corpses had been sucked dry by something. So this is the technique of the devil clans from the land of exile? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled involuntarily when he saw the withered corpses. His expression turned grave as well. It's really cruel. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard about the techniques of the devil clans. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This technique was similar to the techniques of the devil cultivators he had heard about before he went to the upper province. The devil cultivators would suck people dry and rely on the vital energy and blood to raise their strength. At the same time, whether it was Ku-er or Gan Ruyen, they followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw the dried corpses that littered the village. Both of their faces turned pale at the same time. "Young master, this!" Ku-er couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth again, her voice was slightly trembling. These humans must have been killed by the devil clans from the land of exile, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. No wonder they say the devil clans are cruel and inhumane. Now that I've seen it for myself, they really live up to their reputation. Gan Ruyan's expression turned grave as well. After all, the dried corpses on the ground were humans just like her. Don't wake Si Ling up yet. Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion first. When Duan Lingtian spoke, he had already appeared in front of Gan Ruyen in just a flash. Without greeting Gan Ruyen, he raised his hand and snatched the little girl from Gan Ruyen's arms. Naturally, the word snatch was an exaggeration. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, his movements were very gentle. He did not wake the little girl up. Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian snatching her niece from her arms without even greeting him. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian angrily and saw the gentleness in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at her niece, her anger disappeared immediately. At this moment, she finally remembered. This man was her niece's father. It had been nearly 10 years since her niece was born, but today was the first time the father and daughter had met. When she put herself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and thought about it, she felt relieved. Kerr, you've worked hard. Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian had already brought his daughter to Kerr's side. He extended his hand and held Kerr's hand tightly as he said, gently, It's not hard. Young master, it's not hard at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr seemed to be touched. Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. Don't call me young master in the future. Duan Lingtian let go of Kerr's hand and took the opportunity to pull Kerr into his embrace. Then he lowered his head and buried his face in Kerr's hair. You're my wife. I don't want to hear you call me that in the future. I hope that was the last time you call me that. Duan Lingtian's tone was domineering and unquestionable. He had to be domineering. In the past, he had asked Kerr to stop calling him young master. However, Kerr would always forget about it after a period of time. Of course, this was partly because Kerr was used to calling him that. However, from today onward, he did not want to hear Kerr call him that again. He was not her young master. He was her husband. All right. When Kerr heard Duan Lingtian calling her his wife, she could not help but tremble violently. 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face as she said gently, From now on, I'll call you Brother Tian. Good girl. A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Kerr's words. At the same time, he hugged Kerr even tighter. Ganru Yen stood not far away. When she saw the family of 3 hugging together, a rare smile appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She was happy for her sister. Chapter 22:15. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter in his arms and brought his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's twin sister, Ganru Yen, to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had directly passed through the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province to arrive at the lower province, it was not difficult for him to find his way as long as he was certain of the direction. Whether it was Kerr or Ganru Yen, Duan Lingtian was the one who brought them along as he flew. With his current cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was much faster than ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Movement Divine Ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. Not only that, in terms of speed, nobody below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was a match for him. For this reason, it did not take long for him to arrive at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. In Duan Lingtian's memory, the Azure Cloud Mansion was located above a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, at this moment, where's the Crouching Dragon Lake? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the boundless plain in front of him. He was certain. This was where the Crouching Dragon Lake was located in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it had been filled in now. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, 2 figures were flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, one could tell they were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. At first glance, one could tell the 2 figures were humans. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. However, as Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and quietly probed their bodies without them noticing, he discovered they were different. What a dense and pure devil chi! They're from the devil clans. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian confirmed their identities. They were not humans like him, but demons from the land of exile. Let's follow them and take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out why the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared and why it was filled up. For this reason, he carried his daughter and brought along Kerr and Ganru Yen as he followed the 2 people in front. More precisely, it was 2 demons in human form. Coincidentally, the direction they were heading in was also the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Brother Tian, did something happen? On the way, Kerr noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. She could not help but ask softly. Her tone was filled with concern. He must be surprised by the disappearance of the crouching dragon lake in the azure cloud mansion before Duan Lingtian could reply. Gonruyen had already spoken. Back then, when I was in the lower province, I passed by the azure cloud mansion twice. I remember there was no land under our feet. This is a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. As Gonruyen spoke, a frown appeared on her face. It seems like it has been filled up by the devil clans. After a while, Gonruyen's frown disappeared. She finally figured out why the Crouching Dragon Lake had disappeared. Where's the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After following the two people in front for a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and discovered the floating island that was originally suspended in the air had disappeared. All that was left were the blue sky and white clouds. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. The main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was not only the headquarters of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it also housed his family and a group of close friends as well. Now that he had returned from the upper province, not only did he discover the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone, but the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone as well. Father, mother, little Fei Nyener, Uncle Feng, senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about his father, his mother, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Feng Wudao, Bai Lihong, and the others. Currently, the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion no longer existed. Were they safe? These were the things that Duan Lingtian was worried about. There's a city in front. Gonruyen's voice suddenly sounded, waking Duan Lingtian up from his thoughts. He immediately regained his senses and looked in the direction of Gonruyen's gaze. In front of him was a vast and huge brand new city. It was like a gigantic beast that was crawling in the vast plains. It was majestic and domineering. I don't remember there being a city like this near the Azure Cloud Mansion. Gonruyen asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with uncertainty. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, she continued to say, "The size of the city is even bigger than Sin City in the Upper Province's Central Province. Don't tell me this is a city built by the devil clans from the land of exile?" "I think so," Duan Lingtian muttered in a deep voice as he looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were burning with flames. These were the flames of hatred. They built this city at the location of our Azure Cloud Mansion's Saint Stone Reserve. It seems like they're planning to settle down here. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, his voice sounded calm, but his tone was extremely cold. It gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. At this moment, the two figures that Duan Lingtian was following had also entered the city. At this moment, more and more figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. These figures either came out of the city or entered the city from the outside. The city in front of them was like a gigantic beast that was crawling with its mouth wide open, swallowing people one after another. These demons have actually taken on the appearance of humans. When they arrived near the city, Duan Lingtian saw the figures that entered his eyes again. None of them were the rumored, strange-looking devil clans. All of them had the appearance of humans. At first glance, they looked like ordinary humans. However, when Duan Lingtian examined them with his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense the dense and pure devil chi in their bodies. This was not the devil chi that a devil cultivator should possess, even if it was a devil cultivator who had received the devil clan's orthodox inheritance. It was impossible for him to produce such dense and pure devil chi in just a few years. Are they humans or devils? Even Gonruyen was stunned. These devils who had transformed into humans were just humans in her eyes. However, she did not dare to use her divine consciousness to examine them. From the feedback of my divine sense, it's unlikely that they're humans. Even if they're human devil cultivators who have received the orthodox inheritance of the devil race, it's impossible for them to produce such dense and pure devil chi without decades of hard work. Duan Lingtian said, "Every single one of them, you can sense the devil energy in their bodies." Gonruyen asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. I can clearly sense the devil chi in the bodies of those who I'm probing. Brother Tian, we don't have any devil chi in our bodies. Won't they recognize us if we enter the city? Suddenly, K'er opened her mouth. Duan Ling Tian's words reminded Duan Ling Tian of something. Indeed, we'll be exposed if someone tries to investigate us. Currently, the strongest devil we've encountered is only at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With me around, they won't be able to detect us. However, if we enter the city, there's a high chance there'll be more powerful devils. If there's a devil with a higher cultivation base than me, he'll be able to easily detect us with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Gan Ruyen frowned again when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of worry could be seen on her face as she asked, "What should we do now? If there's a devil who's stronger than you in the city, won't we be courting death if we enter the city?" That's indeed a problem. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and began to ponder over it with a frown on his face. After a while, an idea appeared in his mind. I have an idea. However, we'll have to carry it out to see if it'll work. What's the idea? Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her eyes. It was as though he was her idol. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as he led the 2 women in another direction. They did not enter the city that was as big as Sin City. He's the one. After flying for a while, the number of devils in human form began to dwindle. In the end, Duan Lingtian only saw 1 devil in human form. Whoosh, 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 as the sound of 3 figures breaking through the air reverberated in the air. The devil who had taken on the appearance of a young man in the distance also noticed the 3 figures that were flying toward him at high speed. Horror dawned on the devil when he sensed the speed of the 3 figures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived near the devil. They studied him from head to toe. Greetings, my lords. The devil bowed respectfully in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. At the same time, he could not help but feel uneasy. This was because the speed that the 3 of them displayed earlier was simply too ridiculous to him. His cultivation base was only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on the speed of the 3 figures, it was obvious they had an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 22:16. However, the devil who had assumed the appearance of a young man did not notice Duan Lingtian's presence. The twin sisters beside the purple-clothed young man were being carried by the purple-clothed young man. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the devil who had transformed into a young man, he did not waste his breath on him. He immediately carried out his plan. With a wave of his hand, he took out a stone tablet with a missing corner. This stone tablet was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was a Super Saint weapon, a 10,000 inscription saint weapon. However, its boost to one's attack was not even comparable to ordinary saint weapons. Its greatest characteristic was that it had a terrifying suppressive effect on devil cultivators and even the devil race. Buzz! 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 As soon as the Devil Seal Tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it began to tremble violently again. It was as though a hunter who had not succeeded in hunting for a long time had finally found his prey. In the instant that the Devil Seal Tombstone appeared, the devilish man's face paled significantly. This seemingly inconspicuous stone tablet seemed to contain a power that made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. Suppress! Before the devil could react, Duan Lingtian had already raised the Devil Seal Tablet and smashed it at him. He had killed the devil before he could even react. I feel like the Devil Seal Tablet is more excited when it encounters a devil than when it encounters a devil cultivator. Soon after, the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason the devil's soul was not destroyed was because the devil was at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul was so powerful that even the Devil Seal Tablet would need to seal him for a long time before it could destroy him. I hope it works. As soon as the devil's soul was devoured by the devil seal tablet, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly moved forward. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the devil's body. After collecting the devil's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the devil's body. His eyes were cold. Elementary devouring technique. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian immediately devoured the devil's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root? In the process of devouring, Duan Lingtian discovered something. This devil only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was difficult for those with yellow innate spiritual roots to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. However, he was certain this devil was at the first form of the saint celestial stage. I almost forgot that he's a devil. Even if he's slightly less talented, he'll still be able to raise his cultivation base in a short time by continuously devouring the essence and blood of humans and his own kind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this point and came to a realization. However, just as he was feeling relieved, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as sharp as a blade. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the devil's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian did not stop there. Instead, he continued to cast the elementary devouring tactic. This was the most important part of his plan. As Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the devouring force seemed to have a specific purpose. It did not devour all of the devil's energy. Instead, it only extracted the devil chi from the devil's body. This was a huge project. For this reason, Duan Lingtian spent a long time on it. Of course, it would take a long time to devour the innate spiritual root. In fact, it only took him a dozen breaths. All right, now it's time for the most important part. After Duan Lingtian extracted the devil chi from the devil clansman's body using the elementary devouring tactic, he took a deep breath and guided the pure devil chi into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi was repelled by the sun saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian scattered the devil chi all over his body so that it would not come into contact with the sun saint origin. This way, the devil powerhouses will be able to detect the devil chi in my body when they probe me with their divine consciousness. They'll be able to confirm that I'm one of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew he had succeeded. He had successfully disguised himself as a devil. However, this devil chi isn't the devil chi that I created myself. It's being consumed and volatilized at every moment. I'm afraid that in at most a month, this devil chi will disperse on its own, and I'll return to my original form. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. A month's time is enough for me to understand the situation in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and find out what's going on in that city. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt much more confident. Kerr and Ganru Yen stood in the distance as they watched Duan Lingtian quietly. From the beginning until the end, they could not figure out what was going on. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained to them that they finally understood. You can actually use the devil chi for yourself. At this moment, Ganru Yen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's technique. Even though she knew the man whom she had not taken seriously in the past had already surpassed her when they were still in the upper province, she still did not know how strong he was. However, she did not expect him to have such a technique. I'm not using it for myself. I'm just temporarily keeping it in my body to prevent the devil powerhouses from detecting us. Duan Lingtian corrected her. Now, let's continue to look for our prey. We'll look for 3 more devils and temporarily keep the devil chi in your bodies. This way, we'll be able to conceal your identities as humans for the time being. Duan Lingtian continued to say to Kerr and Ganru Yen. Although Duan Lingtian did not want to disguise himself as a devil, he had no choice but to do so based on the current situation. Although he was strong now, there were many devils who were stronger than him in the devil clans. This was the only way for him to enter the devil clan city to investigate. Now that I've lost the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, I'm like a tiger without its fangs. Before I return to the lower province, Elder Hua asked me to return the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, and the jasper celestial sword. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh when he thought about this. Without the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, he was no match for a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. Although Hao Shuang was a quasi-9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Whether it was the celestial supreme treasures, the universe ruler, or the jasper celestial sword, it was Hua Lao who had asked him to return them to the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. He thought Hua Lao had to rely on the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword to defend against the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province. Duan Lingtian shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. He continued to look for his next prey. It did not take long before he found 3 more prey. 2 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage, while the last one was at the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian had successfully extracted the devil chi from the 3 of them and merged it with Ker, Ganru Yen, and his daughter. Duan Siling Duan Lingtian had also performed the soul-searching secret tactic on the devil young master, whose cultivation base was only at the quintessential Saint stage. He managed to obtain a lot of useful information from the devil young master. As it turns out, they're not devils in human form. They're actually devils in human form. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Ker and Ganru Yen were shocked as well. The human devil clan. I didn't expect there to be a devil clan in the land of exile. Duan Lingtian sighed softly. The so-called human devil clan referred to the descendants of devil cultivators who had followed the devil clan back to the land of exile during the previous human devil era. They were the offspring of the devil clan and the devil clan. It had been more than 100,000 years since the last human devil era. During these 100,000 years, the human devil clan had managed to grow to a large scale in the land of exile due to their incredible reproductive ability. Due to the fact that they had both human and devil bloodlines, they managed to unite and grow stronger when they were rejected by the other pure-blooded devils. In the end, they even became one of the strongest devil clans in the land of exile. Naturally, due to their bloodline, they were still rejected by the other devil clans and were not acknowledged by the other devil clans. However, due to their current strength, the other devil clans did not dare to go to war with them, even if they did not like them. The devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint Land this time was led by the Ox Devil Clan, one of the major clans in the devil clans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned about the things he wanted to know. Apart from that, he also learned about the origin of the city they had passed by earlier. That city was built by the human devil clan after they invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land with the devil clans. It's also the human devil clan's main base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The surrounding area is now the human devil clan's territory. That's why I can't see any other devil clans. The human devil clan has a similar distribution of forces to the humans. The 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest among them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the human devil clan. I didn't expect that after the last human devil era, a race closely related to us humans was born in the land of exile, the human devil clan. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Ker and Ganru Yan's feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. Chapter 22:17. However, I didn't expect this member of the demonic human clan to be a disciple of a powerful clan. After Duan Lingtian learned as much as he could from the members of the human devil clan, he decided to make a trip to the city. Duan Lingtian finally learned that the city was called the Human Devil City. The city was called the Human Devil Saint City. This human devil came to the Dao Martial Saint Land with his clan. At that time, this area had already been occupied by the human devil clan's vanguard. The crouching dragon lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had been filled, and the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared. After his family came here, they immediately helped to build the Human Devil Saint City. In a short period of time, they built the Human Devil Saint City together with the other members of the Human Devil clan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to make a trip to the Human Devil Saint City to find out more about the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he could not find anything, he would have to return to his hometown to have a look. In this world, Duan Lingtian's hometown was the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If one were to delve deeper, they would find it was the Mortal Continent, the Cloud Continent, located south of the Debussy subterranean. If one were to delve deeper, they would be the Dark Han Dynasty, the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Let's go to the Human Devil Saint City. Duan Lingtian called out to Kerr and Gan Ruyen as he carried his daughter, who was still asleep. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, Duan Lingtian mobilized his energy and transformed it into an invisible energy before he brought the two women back to the city they had passed by earlier at an extremely fast speed. The Human Devil Saint City. It was a city that was even larger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There are many forces in the Human Devil clan. Apart from the mysterious patriarch who's suspected to have passed the heavenly tribulation and is about to ascend to the Devata realm, the strongest force is the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 6 hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest powerhouses under the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The 3 palace masters are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the 6 hall masters are at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he heard this. The Human Demon clan was one of the strongest demon clans in the land of exile. However, the number of powerhouses in the Human Devil clan was comparable to the total number of powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there are only 4 known powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province. As for eminent celestials, I'm afraid there's only 1 known powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nya Wu Tian. Most importantly, Nya Wu Tian hasn't appeared for a long time, so we can't be sure if he has ascended or not. If he has ascended, we might not even have any eminent celestials in the human race. Among the devil clans, just the Human Devil clan alone has an eminent celestial. I'm afraid the other devil clans that are as famous as the Human Devil clan have no lack of eminent celestials as well. Although Duan Lingtian was as calm as a rock, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the human race's situation. There were so many powerhouses in the devil clans. On the other hand, the human race was not even on the same level as the human race. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Human Devil Saint City, he studied the city carefully for the first time. He saw the city walls. The walls of the city were engraved with all kinds of patterns and patterns of all shapes and sizes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there were 2 types of carvings. One of the carvings was of humans. There were big and small, old and young, male and female. The other type of carvings was strange. There were creatures with the head of a cow and the body of a human. There were also creatures with the head of a pig and the body of a human. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never seen such a creature before. However, this did not stop him from guessing what the strange creatures were. The cow and the body of a human should be the ox devil. As for the pig and the body of a human, it should be the boar devil. There were also some strange-looking creatures that Duan Lingtian could not recognize or guess what they were. The only thing he was certain of was that they were demons. They were also members of the devil race, the natural enemies of the human race. Soon after, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian arrived at the city gate, causing a commotion. This was because the twin sisters standing next to Duan Lingtian were extremely beautiful. Their beauty was one thing. Most importantly, The aura of unparalleled beauty that they exuded was the most attractive thing. Many of the male human devils in the surroundings looked at the twin sisters with bloodshot eyes. Some of them even had their skin flushed red as though they had just been bathed in hot water. It was especially eye-catching. Although these human devils looked no different from ordinary humans, they had the blood of the devil clans in their veins. Therefore, it was obvious when they were excited. Humph! Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of the male human devils in the surroundings. He snorted coldly. Almost as soon as he finished snorting, whoosh! A cold aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and swept out in all directions, hitting the male human devils in the surroundings. The male human devils felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cave. This was mainly due to Duan Lingtian's powerful divine consciousness, mixed with his aura. The divine consciousness of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was no joke. Most of the male human devils immediately averted their gazes from Kerr and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they realized that Duan Lingtian had a master. This pair of twin sisters had a master, and they belonged to a powerful expert who was quite strong. Yu Yen, your man seems to be a little narrow-minded. When Gan Ruyen spoke to her younger sister through voice transmission, apart from a hint of teasing, there was also a hint of envy in her voice. She knew her limits. The reason Duan Lingtian was unhappy and had even made a move to suppress the male human devils in the surroundings was because they were looking at her younger sister. It had nothing to do with her. Upon hearing Gan Ruyan's voice transmission, Ko'er's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. It was a beautiful sight. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he discovered a few male human devils were still staring at Kerr. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian did not seem to make any movements, but a gust of golden energy appeared out of thin air from his body. It was the Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, it transformed into tiny golden sword rays on Duan Lingtian's body. They hovered in the air and emitted a terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 the sound of sword whistling rang in the air. It was like a flash in the pan, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! Ah! As soon as the sound of sword whistling rang in the air, a series of shrill cries rang in the air as well. The male human devils who continued to stare at Kerr despite Duan Lingtian's warning were blinded. Blood splattered all over their faces. Hiss! 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 When the human devils regained their senses, they could not help but gasp when they saw the miserable state the male human devils were in. I'll kill you! After one of the male human devils was blinded by Duan Lingtian, he lost all rationality and lunged at Duan Lingtian. Even though he had lost his eyes, he still used his divine consciousness to lock onto Duan Lingtian. Noisy! Duan Lingtian shouted impatiently when he saw the human devil lunging at him. He raised his hand and slapped the human devil. It seemed like a casual slap, but when it neared the human devil, a domineering force surged out. The human devil was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. He was drowned in just a blink of an eye. The Sun Saint energy that shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm surged out like a flash flood, incinerating the human devil without leaving a single trace behind. The entire place was shocked. The remaining blind male human devils were initially furious. However, when they sensed what had happened with their divine consciousness, they were terrified. Domineering. Too domineering. This was the impression Duan Lingtian left on the group of human devils at the city gate. When they looked at him again, they were filled with respect and fear. The reason Duan Lingtian was so ruthless was because he had killed a devil. If he had killed a human, he would have taught them a lesson at most and forced them to back off. Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter and brought Kerr and her sister into the city. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 7 figures hovered in the air at the peak of the snow-capped peak. 3 of them were women. The three peerless beauties stood there, and it was as if everything around them had lost their splendor. Everyone, Guli, will be leaving first. I'm sure I'll be the first among the 7 of us to become famous in the upper province. One of the other 4 men laughed heartily and also flew towards the south. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the man who called himself Guli left, the other 4 men scattered and flew south as well. I wonder what Senior Uncle Prophet is doing. He's always changing his mind. Previously, he told us to wait for half a year before we could leave, but now he's chasing us away. The remaining twin brothers also left the snow-capped peak and the northern region. Chapter 2218. While the successors of the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect entered the world, the western region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful as well. News of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, leading a group of people from Zhuangzi Buddhism to Zoroastrianism to look for Duan Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism, began to spread. Hey, did you hear? After learning that Guardian Lingtian has returned to the Saint sect, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism came to seek revenge. I heard about it as well. It's said that even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking, personally came. If that person doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many people from Zhuangzi Buddhism come. They won't be able to take Guardian Ling Tian away from the saint sect. That's right. Now that Lord Sect Leader of the Saint Sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, if the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect doesn't come, it's meaningless for the others to come. Since Sect Leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism has come, it's obvious that Zhuangzi Buddhism is determined to take Ling Tian away. A commotion broke out in the western region. Many people were worried about Ling Tian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism in the western region. After all, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism was not an ordinary person. He was the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking. He was only 2nd to Nya Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Just when the people from the western region were worried about Duan Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism side, there was another piece of news. Big news. When the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism experts led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, arrived, the 5 guardians of the holy sect, including Guardian Ling Tian, charged forward under the leadership of the holy sect leader, Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin asked Tang Xian for Ling Tian, Tang Xian's attitude was firm. He would rather fight with Lang Qianjin than hand over Ling Tian. Soon after, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to fight. They fought from the Zoroastrianism's estate to a faraway place. For a moment, the 5 remaining guardians of Zoroastrianism, the patriarch of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the 2 guardian kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were at loggerheads with each other. At this moment, the helpers that Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited appeared. This helper was none other than Hao Shuang, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, who was ranked 5th on the supreme saint ranking. At this moment, Hao Shuang even took out the Dharma Rod, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The scales of victory were tilted in Zhuangzi Buddhism's favor. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hao Shuang with just 1 strike, it had also spread out in the western region. Once this matter was spread out, it naturally caused a commotion that was akin to an earthquake. My goodness, Guardian Ling Tian from the Saint sect is really strong, right? He actually defeated Hao Shuang, who has the Dharma Rod, a super saint weapon, with just a single strike. Before that, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Rumor has it that Hao Shuang would have died if it wasn't for Guardian Ling Tian, who didn't kill him. I heard that Guardian Ling Tian didn't kill Hao Shuang because he knew the devil clans from the land of exile were about to invade the upper province. He didn't want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. I've decided. From today onward, Guardian Ling Tian is my idol. Guardian Ling Tian rose to fame after this battle. He'll replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He'll also become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian's name was like a thunderclap before this, Duan Ling Tian's name was already well known. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name was well known in the Western region, and at the same time he was worthy of respect and reverence. One could imagine this. As the news that had just spread in the Western region spread to the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, Duan Ling Tian would definitely gain the attention of the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Although the news had not spread, Duan Ling Tian's name had caused quite a commotion in the Tao Martial Saint land, just like the sectless cultivator's world. When news of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Zoroastrianism and becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism spread, it shocked the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. In just one night, the legend of the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land was shattered. A new number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land was born. It was the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. In the sectless cultivators' world, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to them. Previously, when the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, appeared in the lower province, it had caused a commotion in the upper province as well. It had attracted many sectless cultivators to the lower province. For this reason, the sectless cultivators' world knew about Duan Ling Tian's background. They knew Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old yet. He was not even 50 years old, but he was already a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Only those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. It said that the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, is not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the former leader of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism, Guardian Zifeng, admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Zifeng of the Zoroastrianism is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he's not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's much stronger than most powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on this, even if Duan Ling Tian is not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's not far away from him. He's not even 50 years old yet. Even the sectless cultivators could not doubt Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, he was worthy of being called the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Even if Duan Ling Tian had a fortuitous encounter that gave him his current achievements, Duan Ling Tian was still a genius. In other words, Pei Si Hai was not a genius. Did Pei Si Hai not have a fortuitous encounter as well? However, the independent cultivators did not know that there was an even more shocking piece of news waiting for them to be further shocked and horrified. At that time, they would find out. Even now, in terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, was much stronger than Pei Si Hai, who was widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Somewhere in the northern region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. The northern region of the northern region was covered in snow all year round. Some of the lakes were covered in a thick layer of ice that was enough for people to walk on. On the surface of a vast lake that had turned into ice, a small wooden hut stood there quietly. A person sat cross-legged in the air in front of the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in tattered clothes. He was tall and sturdy, his messy hair draped over his shoulders, making him look unruly and valiant. Initially, the middle-aged man's eyes were still closed. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a tall and handsome young man in azure clothes standing in the air. He imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was as if he wasn't a person, but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the surroundings, "You've been here for a very long time. It has existed for a very long time. Pei Si Hai." When the middle-aged man saw the young man, he rose to his feet and appeared in front of the young man in just a blink of an eye. Based on the way the middle-aged man addressed the young man, it was obvious who the latter was. The young man was none other than Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Wang Zheng. Pei Si Hai looked at the middle-aged man solemnly. "I'm here to see if I can survive 10 moves from you." Based on Pei Si Hai's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He had fought with the middle-aged man in the past, but he could not even survive 10 moves from the middle-aged man. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This was because even Hao Shuang, the sexless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not dare to say he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. However, this middle-aged man was not famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, even though he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. Let alone being in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking, his name was not even among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was enough to prove that he was not famous. He was a reclusive powerhouse who rarely appeared in the outside world. As a hidden expert, no matter how strong he was, as long as he didn't show his strength in front of others, no one would spread his name. Generally, he wouldn't be known by the world. For example, Pei Si Hai from a few years ago had entered the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he showed himself to the world. Before this, nobody knew about his existence. His name was not among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Pei Si Hai. I heard there's a genius in the Zoroastrianism. He's not even 50 years old. But his strength is not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Your title as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land has changed hands. The middle-aged man, Wang Zheng, did not reply to Pei Si Hai immediately. Instead, he smiled mockingly. "Humph." Pei Si Hai snorted when he heard Wang Zheng's words. "There's always someone better than me. I've never thought of myself as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Don't be so humble. Before that brat from the Zoroastrianism appeared, you were indeed worthy of the title as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land." Wang Zheng shook his head and smiled. "Chong." Chapter 2219. Come on. Seemingly knowing that Pei Si Hai was getting impatient, Wang Zheng shook his head again with a smile before replying with a serious expression. Buzz. Suddenly, a heavy and ear-piercing sound of a saber rang out. Pei Si Hai's figure swayed, and he made his move in time. His body moved with his saber like a ghost. At the same time, Wang Zheng made his move as well. However, he did not use any weapons. He fought with Pei Si Hai with his physical body. Bang! Bang! Wang Zheng's iron fists shot out like 2 cannonballs. They were swift and powerful, causing ripples to appear in the void. It looked as though it would shatter at any time. Buzz! 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 Pei Si Hai's saber seemed simple, but it contained the mystery of turning complexity into simplicity. The saber chi swept out as though it could destroy everything. Bang! 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 Wang Zheng's fists looked simpler than Pei Si Hai's saber. Those who could not see through it would think that he was using the techniques of a street gangster. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 9 moves. Wang Zheng's fist landed on Pei Si Hai's saber and knocked it out of his hand. When the saber was smashed to the ground, Pei Si Hai's hands that were holding the saber were covered in blood and flesh. It was glaring and terrifying. 9 moves. However, after Pei Si-hai slightly stopped the bleeding on his hands. He did not care about his hands anymore. He just stood there and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. Pei Si-hai seemed to be muttering to himself, but in fact he was replaying the scene of his fight with Wang Zheng in his mind. He seemed to be trying to comprehend something. After Wang Zheng knocked Pei Si-hai's saber out of his hand, he stopped. When he saw that Pei Si-hai was in a daze, he did not disturb him. Instead, he returned to the void where he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring Pei Si-hai's presence. About an hour later, Pei Si-hai's body trembled as he regained his senses amidst the heavy snow. After he put his saber away, he looked at Wang Zheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and said in a deep voice, "I'll definitely be able to withstand 10 moves from you in 2 weeks. I'll wait and see." Wang Zheng didn't open his eyes and only responded lazily. It wasn't until Pei Si-hai left that he opened his eyes. With a bitter smile on his face, he muttered, "This kid's progress is getting bigger and bigger. Next time, it will be almost impossible to defeat him within 10 moves." Snow continued to fall in the northern region, as though the sky was covered in a layer of white. Wang Zheng closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the void like a statue. In the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the lower province, although Duan Lingtian had caused quite a commotion at the entrance of the city, it was not a big deal to the Human Devil Saint City. After entering the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. As expected of a city that's bigger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the city's layout and prosperity far surpassed Sin City. After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian decided to stay in a good inn to take care of his daughter and wife. The city built by the Human Devil clan was no different from a human city. There were restaurants, inns, gambling dens, and brothels. It was a dazzling sight. Within the inn, the 2 rooms Duan Lingtian booked were 2 spacious courtyards that were adjacent to each other. One of the courtyards was, naturally, for his family. As for the other courtyard, it was reserved for Ker's sister, Ganru Yen. After settling in, Duan Lingtian finally woke up his daughter, Duan Siling, who was in his arms. The little girl was 9 years old now. Her face was fair and delicate. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. Based on this, one could tell the little girl would be a beauty that could topple a nation when she grew up. Ugh! When the little girl opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian. To her, Duan Lingtian was a stranger whom she was meeting for the first time. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, she blinked her big eyes and said without any unfamiliarity, "Father, are you done with your work? Mother misses you a lot. Si Ling misses you a lot as well." The little girl was not shy at all. Perhaps it was due to the blood ties between her and Duan Lingtian that made it difficult for her to distance herself from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was prepared for his daughter to push him away. After all, this was his daughter's first time seeing him. He did not expect his daughter to recognize him with just a glance. Moreover, she was sensible enough to tell him that her mother missed him a lot. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt his heart skip a beat. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Si Ling, how did you recognize me?" After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart before he asked Duan Si Ling with a smile on his face. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Si Ling. It was as though he could melt her heart. "Daddy is so stupid," Duan Si Ling said playfully to Duan Lingtian. Then she looked at Ker, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and continued to say, "Mother, Daddy is so stupid. He doesn't know Si Lingtian can see him every day." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He could not help but look at Ker. Si Lingtian can see him every day? What was going on? Ker's face flushed red when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. "Si Ling, tell your father why you said Si Ling can see him every day." Ker said to Duan Si Ling. "Okay," Duan Si Ling replied. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian and pouted as she said to Duan Lingtian, Daddy, you're so stupid. Don't you know Si Ling Tian can see your portrait every day? Also, Si Ling knows how to draw Daddy's portrait, but it's not as good as Mother's portrait. Si Ling could see him every day. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood everything. When he looked at Ku again, his eyes were filled with gentleness and tenderness. Then, Si Ling, are you happy to see Daddy in the flesh? Duan Ling Tian asked Duan Si Ling with a smile. I'm happy. Duan Si Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains as she answered Duan Ling Tian firmly. Daddy, you can play with Mother and me now that you're back. Also, Mother said you're a great hero. Now that you're back, you can protect Mother and me. We don't have to live in a cold house anymore. Yes, with Daddy here, Si Ling won't have to live in a cold house anymore. When Duan Ling Tian heard his daughter's words, he hugged her tightly as tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. Naturally, he knew what his daughter meant by a cold place. It must be the prison in the Zoroastrianism's punishment hall. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian made a promise inwardly. He swore he would make it up to Kerr and his daughter in the future. Duan Si Ling was a little girl after all. After a while, she began to look around. Where's Auntie? Where's Auntie? It was obvious she was looking for Kerr's sister, Gan Ruyen. After sending Kerr to Gan Ruyen, Duan Ling Tian returned and hugged her tightly in his arms. He said sincerely, Kerr, thank you. Thank you for teaching our daughter so well. Brother Tian, you said, she's our daughter. This is what I should do. Kerr said softly as she lay in Duan Ling Tian's arms. In the end, her face turned even redder as she said emotionally, Kerr is very happy right now. I hope this moment will last forever. I hope so too. Duan Ling Tian nodded as well. At this moment, apart from Kerr, he also felt the same way. At some point, both of them were kissing passionately. After a round of lovemaking, while Kerr was still asleep, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into Kerr's soul. He wanted to see the seal on Kerr's soul. To be more precise, he wanted to see the seal on Kerr's innate spiritual root. After all, he had heard that Ku possessed a violet innate spiritual root. However, due to the seal, her innate talent was concealed and could not shine as brightly as it should. However, when Duan Ling Tian probed Kerr's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, he did not find any seal. It's really a violet innate spiritual root. Although Duan Ling Tian had long heard that Kerr possessed a violet innate spiritual root, he could not help but feel excited when he saw it for himself. And it's a dark purple spirit root. In addition, Duan Ling Tian discovered something else. Kerr's innate spiritual root was so dark that it was almost black. It was almost at the limit of the grade of innate spiritual root. After a while, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously probed Kerr's cultivation. However, he discovered that Kerr's cultivation base had already entered the divine saint stage at some point in time. Although she was still a distance away from the saint celestial stage, it was already very ridiculous compared to her previous cultivation base. When was Kerr's seal broken? Regarding this, Duan Ling Tian was also deeply puzzled. Although he was puzzled, he did not think about waking Kerr up to get to the bottom of this. I'll ask Kerr when she wakes up. However, Duan Ling Tian was genuinely happy for Kerr when he learned that the seal on her innate spiritual root had been broken. Now that I no longer have the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, I can no longer enjoy the assistance of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. This is equivalent to my cultivation speed being 10 times slower than before. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but smile wryly. I'm afraid the only way to increase my cultivation speed is to raise the grade of my innate spiritual root. Chapter 2220. In the past, ever since Duan Ling Tian had opened the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, His cultivation speed had increased by 10 times due to the time flow inside. However, Duan Lingtian knew the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was destroyed. The 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda had been destroyed. For this reason, he could no longer rely on the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda to cultivate. He could only rely on his own innate talent to cultivate. Hualao! When Duan Lingtian thought about the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, he could not help but think about Hualao, the weapon spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. His eyes dimmed. Duan Lingtian knew Hualao was dead. Hualao had died when the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was destroyed. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. At the same time, the sadness in his eyes disappeared. Hualao, don't worry. Since you sacrificed your life for mine, I'll cherish it even more. Even without the help of the time flow from the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, I'll still cultivate as hard as I can so that I can break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible and become stronger so that I can protect the people around me and my family. Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more determined when he thought about this. So what if he lost the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda? Could he still become a cripple? His innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root, even though it was only a light violet one. Although the innate spiritual roots of the devils are generally inferior, it won't improve my innate spiritual root much if I devour them. However, if the quality is lacking, I can make up for it with quantity. As long as I kill more devils, I won't have to worry about my innate spiritual root improving. If 1 isn't enough, I'll kill 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll kill 100. If 100 isn't enough, I'll kill 1,000. If 1,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 10,000. If 10,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 100,000. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a cold light. He might feel pressured to kill his own kind for no reason. However, he didn't feel any pressure when killing demons. Cur! Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the sleeping cur. His gaze was incomparably resolute. I promise you that you and I will never leave each other's side. I will never let you leave me again. Duan Lingtian made a promise in his heart. He would never let Ker leave him again. Being separated from Ker for more than 10 years was undoubtedly a great torture for Duan Lingtian. He had had enough of that kind of torment, so he would not let Ker leave him again. He didn't want to experience that feeling of separation ever again. This woman was the woman he would use his entire life to protect. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. At the same time, he circulated the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique and continuously absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. After circulating his qi for 1 major cycle, slow. It's too slow. This was Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating since he returned to the lower province. Although he was mentally prepared, he still found it difficult to accept. He suddenly stopped cultivating. This was because his current cultivation speed was simply too slow. Although the human devil saint city he was currently in was located where the Azure Cloud Mansion used to be, and it occupied the Saint Stone Reserve that used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, the cultivation environment here was considered one of the best in the lower province. However, the cultivation environment here was incomparable to the cultivation environment in the upper province. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian no longer had the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, the difference between the two was huge. It was far beyond his estimation. It seems like I have to hurry up and improve my innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although his current innate spiritual root was violet, it was only a light violet innate spiritual root. It was on a completely different level from Ker's dark violet innate spiritual root. Moreover, the difference between a light violet innate spiritual root and a dark violet innate spiritual root was much greater than the difference between a light violet innate spiritual root and a dark violet innate spiritual root. If I can improve my innate spiritual root from a light violet to a dark violet, my cultivation speed would be almost the same as when I had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian felt much better when he thought of this. Then, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. Duan Lingtian only stopped cultivating when Kerr woke up the next morning. Kerr, I noticed that the seal on your innate spiritual root seems to have been removed. Do you know when it was removed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It must have been removed when the sect leader of Zoroastrianism brought me away from the enforcement hall. After that, I felt that my cultivation speed has increased a lot. Kerr, naturally, had nothing to hide in front of Duan Lingtian. After that, I heard from my sister that I have a violet innate spiritual root. That's when I realized my innate talent is so good. An excited smile appeared on Kerr's face when she reached the end of her sentence. In the future, I'll be able to help you once my cultivation base has improved. She had always wanted to follow in her man's footsteps and help him. However, along the way, her strength was left further and further behind by her man. In the end, she could not even catch up to him. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she was very disappointed in her heart. For this reason, when she learned from her sister, Ganru Yen, that she possessed a violet innate spiritual root, she was very excited. She felt it was a pity that her innate spiritual root had been sealed. Later on, when she discovered her cultivation speed had increased rapidly, she realized the seal on her innate spiritual root had been removed. At that time, she was so excited that she could not sleep. She even tried her best to raise her cultivation base to the divine saint stage in a short time. She was only a step away from the exemplary saint stage. As long as she broke through to the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage, she would only be a step away from the saint celestial stage. It's more than just helping me. With Kerr's current innate talent, if my innate talent doesn't improve, you'll definitely surpass me in 10 years. Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he hugged Kerr emotionally. Improve my innate talent. Kerr was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded before he began to explain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic to Kerr. Devouring other people's innate spiritual roots to improve one's own innate spiritual root. There's actually such an assistive divine ability. At this moment, even Kerr was shocked. After a while, the shock in Kerr's heart gradually eased up, and when she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian enjoyed Kerr's gaze of adoration very much. After all, she was his woman. It was undoubtedly a very happy thing for a man to be worshipped by his own woman. More than half of the human devil clans from the land of exile had gathered in the human devil saint city. For this reason, it was bustling with people and carriages everywhere. Father, what's this? Father, this looks good. I want it. Father, I want to buy that. Melodious sounds that sounded like silver bells rang out one after another, becoming a major feature of the noisy street. The person who had spoken was a little girl who looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. The little girl was in the arms of a purple-clad young man. As the young man walked on the street, the little girl excitedly pointed at the stalls on the street and asked for this and that. Every time the young man heard the little girl's words, he would dotingly pat her head and buy all kinds of things for her. In addition, beside this young man, there were 2 women who looked exactly the same. The women were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a nation. Their auras were extraordinary and otherworldly as though they were celestial beings. Along the way, he unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many people. The group of 4 was none other than Duan Lingtian, his daughter, his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's sister, Ganru Yen. After staying in the inn for a few days, Duan Lingtian decided to bring them out for a walk. He also wanted to ask around for information. A blissful smile appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian and his daughter getting along so well. At this moment, she felt as though she was the happiest woman in the world. On the other hand, Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Si Ling, your mother, and aunt must be tired from walking around. Shall we look for a restaurant to eat? After walking around for a while, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter with a doting smile on his face. Sure, sure. Duan Si Ling nodded obediently like a little chick pecking at rice. Duan Lingtian purposely went to the most luxurious restaurant near the center of the human devil saint city. He asked for a private room that was close to the main hall before he brought his 3 daughters into the room. The reason he chose such a restaurant was because there were many people here. Perhaps he would be able to find out what he wanted to know. The dishes were served. 15 minutes passed, but there was no result. Half an hour passed, but there was still no result. An hour passed, but there was still no result. Father, why aren't we going back since we're done eating? About an hour and a half later, Duan Si Ling asked Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Si Ling finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian nodded. Suddenly, Chapter 22-21. Have you heard? A ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master has appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. His breathing quickened immediately. Celestial grade saint inscription master. He was not unfamiliar with this term. Moreover, when he heard this term, he immediately thought of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Previously, he had heard someone mention it. The 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were also known as 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. They were all created by a celestial grade saint inscription master. That celestial grade saint inscription master was the only celestial grade saint inscription master in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, there would not be only 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. What? Celestial grade saint inscription master? The celestial grade saint inscription master, who is said to be the only one in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's him. It's said that the celestial grade saint inscription master left behind 10 super saint weapons for humans. One of the super saint weapons is called the Devil Seal Tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's used to restrain devil cultivators and our devil clans. I've heard about the Devil Seal Tablet as well. It's a terrifying super saint weapon that's extremely effective against our devil clans. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage from our devil clans would definitely die if he faced a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. Let alone a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to fight a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. I heard the Devil Seal Tablet was originally in the hands of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy subterranean. However, it was snatched away by someone from the Upper Province and brought to the Upper Province. That damn person from the Upper Province. If he didn't snatch the Devil Seal Tablet away, our devil clans would have snatched the Devil Seal Tablet away from the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and destroyed it. Speaking of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the human devil saint city is located in the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. More and more members of the human devil clan joined in the conversation when one of them brought up the topic of celestial saint inscription masters. It had been quite some time since the devil clans arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many devils would use the soul-searching secret tactic when they killed humans. For this reason, they were very familiar with the rumors in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Among them, there were rumors about celestial grade saint inscription masters and the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among the 10 super saint artifacts in the Martial Saint Land, the devil race cared about the most was undoubtedly the Devil Seal Tablet. As for the other super saint weapons, even the super saint weapon that was ranked first in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they did not pay much attention to it. This was because the Devil's Seal tablet was a super saint weapon that could restrain the Devil Clan. Azure Cloud Mansion. When the group of human devils mentioned the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian perked up his ears and listened intently. Even Kerr and Ganru Yen listened intently. Ganru Yen even made a shushing gesture at Duan Si Ling, sensibly shut her mouth and did not say anything else. She was very obedient. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of useful information from the group of human devils outside. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had already retreated when the human devil clan's army arrived. There were no casualties at all. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr learned about this, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. There were no casualties at all in the Azure Cloud Mansion. This meant that their friends and family were safe. This was undoubtedly the best news for them. Currently, they could finally relax. There was no need for them to worry anymore. More than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops were killed or injured. Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Ganru Yen were stunned when they heard this news. The Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops? If it wasn't for the human devil clan's army, the human devil clan's vanguard troops would have been annihilated. Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? Even if the human devil clan's vanguard troops did not have powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, there should be many powerhouses with different cultivation bases. Even then, they were almost annihilated by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Brother Tian, is the Azure Cloud Mansion really that powerful? Kerr could not help but ask. Currently, Kerr was no longer the Kerr of the past. Ever since she had arrived in the upper province, Kerr's knowledge had increased. Naturally, she knew what it meant for the Azure Cloud Mansion to kill more than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops. Impossible. Ganru Yen said bluntly. It was impossible for the Azure Cloud Mansion to be so powerful. I don't know. When Duan Lingtian heard Ku Er's words, it took him a while to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, he shook his head with difficulty. He still could not figure it out. How did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Lingtian still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about it. There must be a reason. As for the reason, I'll find out when I reunite with Father, Mother, and Little Fei in the future. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. No matter what, I can confirm that they're fine. I've already achieved my goal of coming to the human devil saint city. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This time he had entered the human devil holy city to inquire about his family and friends, and to confirm whether they were safe or not. Now that he had confirmed their safety, he was naturally at ease. After Father, Mother, and the others left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they should return to the Cloud Continent. After all, the cultivation environment on the Cloud Continent is far inferior to the Debussy subterranean. The stronger devil clans won't bother to go there. As for the weaker devil clans, with the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength that can kill half of the human devil clan's vanguard, I don't think they're afraid of us. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. At the same time, more news about the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Coincidentally, the news was the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master happened to be in the south. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass by there. Let's return to the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian made up his mind immediately, and this was also his main goal. As for the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he could take a look at it. If he could confirm there was an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he planned to explore it. After all, The inheritance left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master was related to the secret of inscribing 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons, also known as Super Saint weapons. If he could obtain the inheritance, he might be able to inscribe Super Saint weapons as well. At that time, he would be able to give one to his family and friends to raise their strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt excited again. He seemed to have forgotten something. If it was possible to inscribe Super Saint weapons, how could the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master only inscribe a few? However, even if I can't confirm there's an inheritance left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, I can still go in. Who knows if there's another Super Saint weapon in there? Perhaps I'll be able to find a Super Saint sword? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with eagerness again. At this moment, he realized he had lost a lot of celestial treasures. Although he still had the sun-shooting bow, a celestial supreme treasure, in his possession, it was incomplete. Moreover, it was still a bow. It could not be used with his supreme, sword Tao, mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Forget it. I'll just go in there myself. Duan Lingtian overturned his previous decision and made another decision. As it turned out, he planned to bring the three ladies back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If he was certain he wanted to go to the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, he would send the three ladies to a safe place. If he did not want to go, he would bring the three ladies back to the Cloud Continent. However, he planned to explore the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. When I was in the upper province, I heard the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master left behind an inheritance. I wonder if the inheritance is in the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? However, even if it's not in the ruin, I still have to go in. Who knows? I might be able to obtain a sword-type Super Saint weapon. Duan Lingtian told Kerr that he was going to do it. Then he brought the three ladies to another inn. This inn was the best in the Human Devil Saint City. It belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. The first-class rooms here were protected by an isolation formation. Even if the devil chi in the three ladies' bodies dissipated completely, as long as they did not come out, nobody would be able to tell they were humans. Moreover, there were powerhouses from the Crimson Blaze Palace guarding the inn, so there was no need to worry about their safety. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let the three ladies stay here. "Daddy, where are you going?" Duan Si-Ling asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with her big, innocent eyes. "Good girl. Si-Ling, Daddy has something to do. Stay here with Mother and Auntie for a few days and wait for Daddy to come back, okay?" Duan Lingtian patted Duan Si-Ling's head affectionately. "Okay, Si-Ling will wait for Daddy to come back. Daddy, come back soon." Duan Si-Ling nodded obediently. "Brother Tian, I'll wait for you to come back," Kerr said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Okay." Chapter 22. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian and the group of human devils made their way south. As the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master was exposed, more and more human devils were leaving the Human Devil Saint City and making their way south. That's good as well. I don't have to look for it myself. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the human devils leave the Human Devil Saint City in a grandiose manner. Duan Lingtian followed the group of human devils as they made their way south. "Hey, brother, are you going to the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master as well?" A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he had flown for a distance. Soon after, a person appeared next to Duan Lingtian and flew side by side with Duan Lingtian. "Are you calling for me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at the person who was staring at him. The person who appeared next to Duan Lingtian was a young man who was dressed in brocade robes and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian did not know why. When Duan Lingtian looked at the young man, he did not feel the disgust he usually felt when he saw a human devil. In fact, he felt a sense of closeness instead. It felt as though the person standing in front of him was not a human devil, but a human like him. Yes, the young man was handsome. When he smiled, he gave off the feeling of a boy next door. He was worlds apart from the human devils Duan Lingtian had seen so far. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness. He discovered that the young man was a human devil saint. Although the young man's body was rich and pure, there was no trace of the devil clan's bloodline in him at all. It was as though he was a human through and through. This was completely different from the human devils Duan Lingtian had investigated before. When probing these human devils, in addition to discovering a rich and pure devil chi in their bodies, they could also discover that their devil race bloodlines were mixed with human bloodlines. But now, the bloodline of this brocade-robed young man was extremely pure, just like his own. In other words, this young man in embroidered clothes was a pure human. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man and asked, "Brother, you don't seem to be from the Wandering Saint Palace, right?" asked the brocade-robed young man with a smile. Wandering Saint Palace? Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're from the Wandering Saint Palace?" Duan Lingtian had heard about the Wandering Saint Palace more than once when he was in the human devil saint city. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 3 palaces in the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. It was as famous as the Crimson Blaze Palace in the inn he had brought Kerr and the others to. It was also one of the top forces in the human devil clan. The Wandering Saint Palace was also an anomaly in the human devil clan. This was because everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, was a human. To be more precise, they were all human devil cultivators. In the human devil clan and the entire devil clans in the land of exile, most of the devil cultivators with pure human bloodline were from the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was established after the first human devil order era. At that time, a group of devil cultivators had followed the devil clans back to the land of exile. Some of the devil cultivators had gathered together and formed a force. There was a very strict rule in this faction. No matter who it was, they could only mate with a human devil cultivator. Once they mated with a devil cultivator, they would be expelled. For this reason, there were only devil cultivators with pure human bloodline in the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the reasons the human devil clan was ostracized by the other devil clans. The devil cultivators in the Wandering Saint Palace did not possess the bloodline of the devil clans. They were all pure humans. Due to the fact that humans were born with higher innate talents than demons, this force had rapidly developed and expanded in the banished lands. Today, the Wandering Saint Palace had become one of the most powerful forces in the human devil clan. This force was none other than the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was the last force to arrive at the Debussy subterranean among the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many human devils, said the Wandering Saint Palace, chose to leave the land of exile after the human devil clan had secured a foothold in the Dao Martial Saint land because they didn't want to kill their own kind. If there was one force in the human devil clan that Duan Lingtian did not oppose, it would be the Wandering Saint Palace. This was because the Wandering Saint Palace did not participate in the killing of humans. Moreover, the people in the Wandering Saint Palace were all humans with pure human bloodlines. The only difference was that they were all devil cultivators who had inherited the devil clan's legacies. Yes, I'm from the Wandering Saint Palace. My name is Huang Qiling. How should I address you, brother? The brocade-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not disguise himself and did not plan to conceal his identity. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds a little familiar. Huang Qiling was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian. So it's Brother Lingtian. Brother Ling Tian, I feel like you're different from other human devils. You look like someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although Huang Qiling did not probe Duan Lingtian's bloodline, he had spent a lot of time with people from the Wandering Saint Palace and human devils. Therefore, he could tell the difference between humans and human devils. Based on Duan Lingtian's temperament and the obscure aura he emitted, he could tell Duan Lingtian was a pure human. Naturally, he could also vaguely sense the pure devil qi on Duan Lingtian's body. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a human. Duan Lingtian was not a human from the Dao Martial Saint land. Instead, he was a human devil cultivator from the land of exile. For this reason, although Huang Qiling found the name Duan Lingtian familiar, he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a human from the Dao Martial Saint land. Therefore, it was impossible for him to see through Duan Lingtian's background. As far as I know, the people from the Wandering Saint Palace aren't the only ones with pure human bloodline in the land of exile. Am I right? Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Huang Qiling nodded. Although the Wandering Saint Palace had gathered most of the devil cultivators with pure human bloodline in the land of exile, there were still some devil cultivators with pure human bloodline who wandered outside the land of exile. In the land of exile, the human devil clan would not accept such devil cultivators. They could only be sectless cultivators. Naturally, such devil cultivators were rare. For this reason, Huang Qiling took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. He thought Duan Lingtian was a sectless devil cultivator with pure human bloodline who wandered outside the land of exile. Brother Lingtian, I'm going to the ruin left behind by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. If you're going there as well, why don't we go together? Huang Qiling asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, he added, Please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ulterior motives. The devil cultivators with pure human bloodline I usually come into contact with are all from the Wandering Saint Palace. It's rare for me to meet a sectless cultivator like you, Brother Lingtian. So I'd like to have a chat with you. It's all right. Duan Lingtian did not sense any hostility from Huang Qiling. He could tell Huang Qiling had a good character, so he agreed to Huang Qiling's request. Moreover, he was not afraid even if Huang Qiling had ulterior motives. Huang Qiling's cultivation base was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was not a threat to him at all. Just like that, Duan Lingtian gained a new companion. Along the way, Huang Qiling was the one who took the initiative to talk to him. Duan Lingtian learned more about the human devil clan from Huang Qiling. Most of it was about the Wandering Saint Palace, where Huang Qiling was from. Huang Qiling also asked about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian went with the flow and said he was a sectless cultivator from the land of exile who had always been alone. Huang Qiling did not doubt Huang Qiling's words, since he already knew Duan Lingtian was lying. Brother Lingtian, if you're interested, you can join the Wandering Saint Palace. As long as you have a pure human bloodline, the Wandering Saint Palace won't reject you. Huang Qiling said with a smile. Huang Qiling said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, Personally, I think there are many benefits to joining the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, it's all up to you. I'll consider your offer. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, However, the most important thing right now is to find the ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. If you know where it is, let's hurry over. Brother Lingtian, I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. I know where it is. Let's hurry over. Huang Qiling sped up as soon as he finished speaking. His figure flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Initially, he did not speed up much because he wanted to take care of Duan Lingtian. However, when he realized Duan Lingtian was able to keep up with him easily, he sped up again. After increasing his speed a few times, he realized Duan Lingtian was able to keep up with him easily. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. I didn't expect junior brother Lingtian to be so strong as well. It seems like I can try moving at full speed. If he can't keep up with me, I'll slow down." After muttering to himself, Huang Qiling also activated his strength and moved at full speed. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. Huang Qiling, who thought he could leave Duan Ling Tian behind and was feeling smug, was completely stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling next to him. This Huang Qiling discovered something. Chapter 22-23. It seems like I've misjudged you. Huang Qiling smiled wryly at Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian easily catching up to him. "Brother Ling Tian, you're still able to keep up with me even though I'm traveling at full speed. This shows that you're much stronger than me. Brother Ling Tian, I feel like you're not much older than me. Brother Ling Tian. However, your cultivation base is much higher than mine. I'm really embarrassed. After all, I'm from the Wandering Saint Palace, while you're just a seckless cultivator, Brother Ling Tian." The wry smile on Huang Qiling's face widened when he reached the end of his sentence. Although devil cultivators like them, who had inherited the devil clan's legacies, could devour the vital energy and blood of other devils to improve their strength, there was still a bottleneck in the process. The bottleneck was directly affected by a devil cultivator's innate talent. The higher one's innate talent was, the stronger one would become after devouring the vital energy and blood of other devils. The reverse was also true. "I was just lucky to have a fortuitous encounter," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Brother Ling Tian, you're too humble." Huang Qiling, naturally, felt Duan Ling Tian was being humble. After traveling for a while, more and more human devils appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "We're here." After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw a group of human devils coming to a halt. Huang Qiling's voice rang in his ears, causing him to look ahead. In front of them was a stone forest. There were all kinds of strange boulders in the stone forest. The shortest ones were only a few dozen meters tall, while the taller ones were hundreds of meters tall. There were even a few boulders that were thousands of meters tall standing there like towering trees. At this moment, the group of human devils was rushing into the stone forest. They were like stones that had fallen into the sea, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. It was as though they did not even cause a ripple. "They're in the stone forest?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Huang Qiling. "I heard so." Huang Qiling nodded. His eyes lit up as he said, "Let's go. Let's follow them and take a look." "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the stone forest with Huang Qiling, a voice rang out. 3 mocking voices rang out from behind them in a timely manner. "Oh, isn't that Huang Qiling? With your little bit of cultivation, you dare to come here and join in the fun? I advise you not to embarrass yourself. You're embarrassing the people from the Wandering Saint Palace." Accompanying the 3 voices were 3 young men wearing brocade robes like Huang Qiling. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huang Qiling, blocking their path. At the same time, the gazes of the 3 young men fell on Huang Qiling. Their gazes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Seeing the 3 of them, Huang Qiling's face immediately turned gloomy. A trace of anger and fear flashed in his eyes. "Who are they?" Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, annoyed that someone was blocking his way. However, he still sent a voice transmission to Huang Qiling. "They're also disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace. They're from the same generation as me." In the past, after Huang Qiling explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation. The 3 young men in front of him were all good-for-nothings. They liked to play around with female disciples who had weak cultivation bases and had no background. Since their seniors were high-ranking officials in the Wandering Saint Palace, they would not be punished no matter how much trouble the female disciples caused. There was one time when Huang Qiling could not stand it anymore and taught them a lesson. Then he would keep an eye on them and teach them a lesson if they dared to cause trouble. Because Huang Qiling's background was stronger than any of the three of them, even if the three of them had good backgrounds, they couldn't use them to bully Huang Qiling. They could only admit that their skills were not as good as Huang Qiling's, and could only hate Huang Qiling in their hearts. Due to an accident, Huang Qiling was severely injured and his saint veins were damaged. It was difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation base. After that, his strength was surpassed by the three young men. At that time, the three of them began to seek revenge on Huang Qiling naturally. They did not dare to go too far due to Huang Qiling's background. However, they still mocked him verbally. Good for nothing. A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Huang Qiling's words. Huang Qiling, the person beside you, is he your friend? One of the three young men in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Lingtian with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the other two young men also looked at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! When the three of them looked at Duan Lingtian, Huang Qiling's expression changed and he shouted coldly, I don't know him. He's not my friend. When Huang Qiling opened his mouth to shout coldly, he was also somewhat hysterical. At the same time, he moved in front of Duan Lingtian and stared at the three young men in front of him. Ha 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 ha! When the three young men in embroidered robes heard Huang Qiling shout and saw how he was trying to cover it up, they could not help but laugh as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Huang Qiling, since he's not your friend, let's kill him. That's right. Since you said he's not your friend, let's kill him as prey for fun. Looks like we're going to have some fun today. After the three brocade-clad young men stopped laughing, they looked at Huang Qiling mockingly. Then they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Huang Qiling in unison. It was as though they were hunters looking at their prey through the forest. Based on their words, it was clear they intended to kill Duan Lingtian. Since Huang Qiling's background was stronger than theirs, they did not dare to make a move on him, even if he was weaker than them. At most, they would mock him verbally. However, they had no qualms about killing Huang Qiling's friend. So what if they killed him? Would the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace behind Huang Qiling get into a conflict with the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace for an outsider? If you dare to touch him, I'll kill all of you. Huang Qiling's eyes turned cold when he heard the three young men's words. Although he and Duan Lingtian could not be considered as friends, the reason Duan Lingtian was in danger was because they were traveling together. For this reason, although he felt guilty, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Kill. The three young men in embroidered robes laughed when they heard Huang Qiling's words. Do you think you're qualified to kill us? If it wasn't for your background, we would have killed you a long time ago. Huang Qiling, we don't dare to touch you, but we'll definitely kill your friend today. Didn't you say he's not your friend? It doesn't matter if he's your friend or not. He's going to die today. The three of them ignored Huang Qiling's threat and continued to talk as though they were going to kill Duan Lingtian. At some point, many human devils had gathered around to join in the fun. Isn't that Huang Qiling, the prodigy of the Wandering Saint Palace? Soon after, someone recognized Huang Qiling. In the past, Huang Qiling was considered a celebrity in the human devil clan. Although he was not the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace, he was still ranked in the top 5. These 3 people seemed to be disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Huang Qiling is like a tiger that has fallen from grace. Everyone can bully him now. Among the crowd, a member of the demonic human clan said. Although his voice was not loud, it still spread far and wide. Who's that? The 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who had been called Tom, Dick, and Harry were furious. They looked around angrily, trying to find the person who had called them Tom, Dick, and Harry. Unfortunately, there were too many people around, so they could not find the person. For a moment, the surrounding members of the Human Demon clan only dared to whisper to the people around them in mosquito-like voices. It seems like the purple-clad young man is in trouble. He can only blame himself for knowing Huang Qiling. Although Huang Qiling has a powerful background, he can only protect himself. The person behind him won't be able to protect his friends. It's obvious these 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace have a grudge with Huang Qiling. The person behind Huang Qiling is doomed. A hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the human devils as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Huang Qiling's expression darkened as he stood there. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to fight 3 people at the same time. 2 of them were at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the other one was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After taking a deep breath, Huang Qiling sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll hold them back while you enter the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master as quickly as you can. I heard it's a maze. They won't be able to find you once you enter it. However, he did not receive any response from Huang Qiling Wush. A gust of wind blew past as Duan Lingtian walked past Huang Qiling and stood in front of him. He stared at the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace calmly. However, there was a hint of killing intent hidden behind his calm gaze. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian stepping forward. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked. His voice was as calm as his gaze. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear the bone-chilling coldness in his voice. The 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were taken aback when they saw Duan Lingtian taking the initiative to step forward and ask such a question. Let me ask you 3, Tom, Dick, and Harry, do you want to kill me? Chapter 22-24. Let me ask you 3, Tom, Dick, and Harry, do you want to kill me? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The onlookers looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Was this fellow crazy? How dare he provoke the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace at this moment? Earlier, someone had called the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace cats and dogs. They were furious, but since they could not find the culprit, they had no choice but to let the matter rest. Now, Duan Lingtian had called the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace cats and dogs in front of everyone. The onlookers were impressed by Duan Lingtian's courage, but at the same time, they felt he was digging his own grave. Brother Lingtian. Huang Qiling, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's sudden action, also regained his senses at this moment. His expression changed drastically. He knew the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace very well. They would definitely not let Duan Lingtian's provocation go. As expected, as soon as Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically, the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, who came from powerful backgrounds, regained their senses as well. Brat, you're seeking death. You're seeking death. You're seeking death. The 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace roared furiously when their expressions changed. Following that, they immediately made their move. As they stirred up gusts of wind, they charged toward Duan Lingtian at the speed of sound. 1 powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 2 powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage unleashed their full strength. 3 energies of different colors charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. It was as though they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! One of the energies came from a 7-foot-long spear that contained a vast amount of saint origin. With a swing of the spear, it whistled through the air as though it could pierce through anything. Bang! Bang! The other burst of power came from the other person's fists. Saint Chi filled his gloves as he punched out with both fists, sending out two terrifying bursts of power that seemed to transform into two roaring dragons. Whum! 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 The last wave of power came from the broadsword in the last person's hand. The broadsword swept out horizontally, bringing along gusts of wind. The broadsword light was intricate and complicated. It seemed extremely chaotic, but in reality, there was a profound principle hidden within. Its power was unparalleled. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. Huang Chi Ling's face changed greatly as he hurriedly reminded him. However, when he hurriedly reminded Duan Ling Tian, it was already too late for him to rescue Duan Ling Tian. This was because his current strength was weaker than the three of them, so it was impossible for him to catch up with their speed. I'd like to see who's the one courting death. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the three men charging at him menacingly. The Sun Saint origin in his body began to boil before it surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and gathered on his right hand. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and pointed his finger. Instantly, swoosh. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as a sharp sword ray shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger. When the sword light cut through the sky, it was like a shooting star in the night sky, flashing and disappearing. In just a blink of an eye, the sword Qi was like a death god scythe as it easily destroyed the attack of one of the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and killed him in just a blink of an eye. The sword ray pierced through the space between his eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, his soul was destroyed. A disciple at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace was dead. Everyone present on the scene only managed to regain their senses when the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace was killed. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Even Huang Chi Ling was dumbfounded at this moment. Brother Ling Tian was actually so valiant. What shocked Huang Chi Ling and the others present on the scene even more was swoosh. After killing the first disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the sword ray that shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger reverberated in the air again. In the next moment, they saw another disciple at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage had died as well. In just a blink of an eye, only one of the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace was left alive. Although the remaining disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still alive. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing two disciples at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage without using any saint weapons, his expression changed drastically. How's this possible? At this moment, he did not feel safe because his cultivation base had broken through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. Swoosh! The short-lived sword ray reverberated in the air again. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard the sound. Their hearts were in turmoil. It's not over yet. The sword ray that appeared for a brief moment continued to fly toward the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, could not see the sword ray coming at him because it was too fast. Just the sound of the sword whistling through the air was enough to send chills down his spine. No. The disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage cried out in despair as his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was certain he was going to die. This was because the sword light that was charging at him was simply too fast. Moreover, it seemed to have locked onto him, causing him to have a feeling that he had nowhere to run. It even caused him to be unable to raise any thoughts of fleeing. Most importantly, he felt as though his body was filled with lead. He could not move at all. Naturally, it was not Duan Ling Tian's doing. It was his own problem. Just as the sword ray from Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was about to kill the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of the sword whistling through the air rang in the air as a rain of swords rained down on the disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, it also blocked the sword ray that came from Duan Ling Tian. The rain of swords fell, directly mincing that sword light into pieces. The disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage managed to escape with his life. Who's there? Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately as he looked up at the sky. There was a figure standing there. Moreover, the rain of swords from before had come from this figure. When Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, everyone's eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and landed on the figure in the sky. This was a woman in a robe whiter than snow. She stood there, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Although it was only her back, she still emitted waves of cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from others. Sister Wenjing. Huang Qiling's eyes widened when he saw the woman in the sky. He quickly bowed respectfully at her. Sister Wenjing. The disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was almost killed by Duan Lingtian, regained his senses when he heard Huang Qiling's voice. He looked at the woman who had saved him. The moment he saw the woman, the fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with joy and excitement. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened again. Sister Wenjing, you must avenge Qi Gang and Yu Ji. The disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage pointed at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, He's the one who killed Qi Gang and Tu Yu. Lin Qi Gang and Sita Yu Ji were the two disciples at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were killed by Duan Lingtian. He's also Huang Qiling's friend. Huang Qiling is trying to rebel by colluding with outsiders to kill our disciples. He looked at Huang Qiling when he reached the end of his sentence. While the disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage was complaining, many of the onlookers recognized the white-clad woman in the sky. It's Huang Wenjing. Although they could only see the white-clad woman's back, many people still recognized her. Huang Wenjing? When someone recognized the white-clad woman and said her name, an uproar broke out among the onlookers. Huang Wenjing was no stranger to the people present on the scene. Huang Wenjing was a famous prodigy in the Human Devil clan. She was also the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the wandering Saint Palace. Her cultivation base had already broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Rumor had it that her cultivation base was close to breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from her monstrous innate talent and strength, Huang Wenjing also had a title that no one could compete with. She was the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. She's Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the wandering Saint Palace? The eyes of the human devils lit up when they heard Huang Wenjing's name. The male human devils, in particular, had a burning desire in their eyes when they looked at Huang Wenjing's back. At this moment, the instinctive reaction of a man could be seen clearly. However, they quickly averted their gazes. This was because when they looked at the cold figure in the sky, a cold aura was emitting from the figure. Above the ice-cold figure, an aura that made one feel as though winter had arrived swept out and enveloped their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. In just a blink of an eye, the desire in their hearts vanished. When they looked at the cold figure again, their eyes were filled with dread. They no longer dared to act rashly. Sister Wenjing, don't listen to his nonsense. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw the disciple from the wandering Saint Palace at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage trying to accuse him. He Sanjia, Lin Qigang, and Sita Yu Ji wanted to kill Brother Ling Tian, so Brother Ling Tian killed them. Chapter 22-25. As soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking, Humph! He Sanjia, the disciple of the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, scoffed as he glared at Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling, you're still defending an outsider at a time like this? Don't forget that Lin Qigang, Sitayuji, and I are all from the Wandering Saint Palace. How dare you side with an outsider? A hint of pride could be seen in He Sun Jie's eyes when he spoke. Sister Wenjing. When He Sun Jie looked at the cold figure in the sky again, his expression turned grim. He said with a tearful expression, "You're the leader of the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. You must avenge Lin Qigang and Yu Ji." Although He Senji's face was mournful, his eyes were shining with the luster of a successful scheme. Huang Qiling's expression darkened when he heard He Sun Jie's words. Enough! A melodious voice that sounded like an oriole's voice rang in the air. Everyone felt as though they were in a world of ice and snow. The voice came from the back of the snow-white figure high up in the sky. As soon as the figure finished speaking, she slowly turned around and revealed her face. A beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing everyone's breathing to stop at this moment. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but have the same thought when they saw the woman in snow-white clothes and her face that was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Duan Lingtian, in particular, was deeply affected by the woman's beauty. After all, his wives, Ke Li Fei and his lover, Feng Tianwu, were all top-tier beauties. However, the woman in front of him was not inferior to Ke Li Fei or Feng Tianwu in terms of beauty, especially the cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away from her. For ordinary men, they could only keep their distance. However, for a confident man, he would involuntarily have the desire to conquer her. Just like Duan Lingtian, this desire arose in an instant. This was his subconscious desire as a confident man. It wasn't that he wasn't faithful. Just as his desire rose, Duan Lingtian thought of his two wives. For a moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, completely waking him up. She's Huang Wenjing, the number one beauty of the human demon clan? He truly lives up to his reputation. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise the lady in white when he looked at her again. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. The most beautiful woman of the human devil clan was actually looking at him. How dare you kill the people from the Wandering Saint Palace? Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Her tone was calm as well. It was impossible to detect any strange emotions in her voice. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when Huang Wenjing suddenly spoke up. Sister Wenjing. Huang Qiling stepped forward and looked at Huang Wenjing solemnly. Everyone here is a witness to what happened today. If He Sun Jie and the other two did make a move first, Brother Lingtian wouldn't have been able to touch them. What? Are you going to protect him? Huang Wenjing's expression was still calm. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. However, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel her aura turning colder. Yes, Huang Qiling's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "Today's incident happened because of me. If it weren't for me, Brother Lingtian wouldn't have gotten involved in this. In that case, you can go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment when you return to the palace." Huang Wenjing's gaze turned cold. An even colder aura swept out from her body and enveloped Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling's body seemed to have been frozen into ice in an instant, becoming much stiffer. Yes, Huang Qiling replied in a trembling voice after trembling for a while. At this moment, he felt as though he was in a world of ice and snow. His body was so stiff that he could not even speak properly. Sister Wenjing. He Sun Jie's expression changed drastically when he saw Huang Wenjing had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed as soon as he San Jie spoke. He looked at Huang Wenjing calmly and said indifferently, "It's my business to kill Duan Lingtian. What does it have to do with anyone else? I, Duan Lingtian, killed someone. If you have the ability, you can capture me and bring me back to the Wandering Saint Palace to receive your punishment." Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it sounded like a provocation to Huang Wenjing. For a moment, Huang Wenjing's originally somewhat cold face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of frost. "Brother Lingtian." Huang Qiling's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the expression on Huang Wenjing's face. He San Jie, on the other hand, had a gloating expression on his face. Huang Qiling had already decided to take the blame for this guy, but not only did he not appreciate it, but he even provoked Huang Wenjing with his words. This guy is digging his own grave. Digging his own grave? Maybe he's not afraid of Huang Wenjing at all? I don't think so. He doesn't seem old. I've never heard of such a young powerhouse in the Human Devil clan. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian acting this way, they felt Duan Lingtian was asking for it. "Since you want me to capture you, I'll do as you wish." As the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing had her own pride even though she was a woman. After being provoked to such an extent in front of so many people today, she naturally couldn't tolerate it. Swoosh! Huang Wenjing's figure swayed and left behind a shadow on the spot. Then she quickly disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Huang Wenjing's figure disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Along with the sound of swords whistling in the air was a dense rain of swords. The rain of swords soared through the sky and charged menacingly towards Duan Lingtian. Above the rain of swords, Huang Wenjing stepped on one of the sword rays and charged toward Duan Lingtian along with the rain of swords. She looked like a female sword celestial who was flying on her sword. In just a blink of an eye, she killed her enemies who were thousands of miles away. 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Sword. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian recognized the sword ray beneath Huang Wenjing's feet. It was 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Sword. When she wielded the sword, it shone like lightning. As for the rain of swords that was charging toward him, it was a combination of divine ability and martial tactics. The rain of swords carried with it the power to devour mountains and rivers. It seemed as though it could drown everything in its path. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless in the face of the ferocious Huang Wenjing. He instantly cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared with Duan Lingtian in the center. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by Duan Lingtian and turned into a part of the Sun Saint origin in his body. The Sun Saint origin in his body rapidly rose to its peak. Golden Crow's wings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, stirring up a scorching wind. Swoosh! 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 Huang Wenjing stepped on the rain of swords as she charged toward Duan Lingtian. Her speed was as fast as a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw Huang Wenjing. Huang Wenjing was definitely the strongest powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage he had ever encountered. If he had the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be afraid of Huang Wenjing at all. However, he had no choice but to be cautious now. Otherworldly, celestial. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast his offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and created several clones. Clones! Many of the onlookers shook their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian creating clones. They did not think Duan Lingtian's move would be effective. No matter how many clones there were, they would be drowned by the rain of swords. However, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian's divine ability was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's trump card was not the otherworldly celestial, but the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. After casting the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and activating the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness again. It was as though he was the ruler of the sword Dao world. After a while, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness shrouded Huang Wenjing, who was charging toward him while stepping on the rain of swords. He could clearly sense the power of the rain of swords and the profundities contained within it. I see. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered Huang Wenjing's flaw. In fact, this flaw was not obvious. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to discover it. This flaw was due to the fusion of Huang Wenjing's sword martial tactic and divine ability. The two seemed to have merged together perfectly, but there were quite a few flaws mixed together. It was just that it was difficult to discover and detect. And now, this flaw had been discovered by Duan Lingtian. Before, Duan Lingtian's supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, he would be able to find any sword martial tactic in the mundane realm unless it was flawless. It's much easier now that there's a flaw. Duan Lingtian was excited when he discovered Huang Wenjing's flaw. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he became excited in an instant. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjing had already arrived near Duan Lingtian while riding on the rain of swords. Chapter 22-26. However, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he faced Huang Wenjing, who was charging at him with her sword. He was not frightened at all. There was not even a hint of fear on his face. "You're still too inexperienced to play with swords in front of me." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them. Duan Lingtian was very confident. This confidence came from the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword that he cultivated. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the other clones narrowed their eyes as well. Their actions were so synchronized that it was impossible for others to tell who was the real Duan Lingtian and who was the clones. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 Duan Lingtian and his clones raised their hands and pointed their fingers at each other. In the next moment, streaks of sword gleams shot out to meet the menacing Huang Wenjing. The sword rays lined up in a row as though they were soldiers being inspected. They shot toward Huang Wenjing at an extremely fast speed. Huang Wenjing did not pay much attention to Duan Lingtian's attack at first. However, when she heard the short-lived sword cries overlapping with each other and the sword lights disappearing before her eyes, her expression changed completely. How is this possible? This was the first thought that came to her mind. She did not even have time to think about anything else. Previously, when Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Hisanjia, she was the one who blocked his attack. Although it was not easy, she managed to block his attack. Now, she realized that Duan Lingtian's attack was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's attack was much stronger than before. In fact, it seemed to have risen to a whole new level. Oh no! Huang Wenjing's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to block Duan Lingtian's attack, she realized that the sword rays had changed. The rows of sword gleams suddenly changed direction, and as if they had grown eyes, all of them swept towards the same place. It also caused Huang Wenjing's expression to change once again. Shock and disbelief appeared on her frosty face. How did he find out? At this moment, not only did Huang Wenjing's expression change drastically, but her heart was in turmoil. She did not expect Duan Lingtian's attack. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to locate her weakness in such a short time. She had discovered this weakness when she merged her martial tactics and divine abilities. However, only she knew about it. Others would not be able to discover it. Even the powerhouses at the 8th or 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace could not discover it. However, Duan Lingtian had discovered it. How could she not be shocked? Although she was shocked, she did not waste any time. She quickly turned around and unleashed her Saint Origin as she tried to stop Duan Lingtian. But at this moment, swoosh! Accompanied by a sword whistling sound that seemed to be able to tear apart one's eardrums, one of the sword rays suddenly burst out from the row of sword rays. Not only did it release a powerful force, but it also moved at an insane speed. In the blink of an eye, this sword beam had already pierced into the flaw of Huang Wenjing's ferocious attack and disintegrated it at the first possible moment. While Huang Wenjing's offensive was disrupted, she was also like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If Duan Lingtian was slightly more ruthless, she would definitely die. Bang! However, in the end, Duan Lingtian did not go all out. He stopped at the most critical moment. The sword rays merged and transformed into a gigantic sword. He swung the sword and sent Huang Wenjing flying. Barf! Huang Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying. At this moment, the face of the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, whom Duan Lingtian had ruthlessly ravaged, was no longer as cold as before. Her face was pale as though she had just suffered a great blow. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Wenjing, who had been ferocious, was defeated. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. How's this possible? At the same time that he was stunned, Hisenji's heart was also in turmoil. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The scene before him had completely exceeded his imagination. How could Huang Qiling's friend be so powerful? Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling muttered to himself. Hisenjia was not the only one who was shocked. Even Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Even the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace was not a match for him. How's this possible? Am I seeing things? Huang Wenjing, one of the strongest people among the younger generation in the Human Devil clan, is no match for him? Wasn't this person's previous attack neutralized by Huang Wenjing? Why didn't she neutralize his attack this time? After the crowd of onlookers regained their senses one after another, their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. I'll spare her life for your sake, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Qiling after he sent Huang Wenjing flying and heavily injured her. In the next moment, under Huang Qiling's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared into the stone forest in front of him. Huang Qiling finally regained his senses. Huang Qiling, you're dead. You're dead. At the same time, Hisenji, who had also regained his senses, looked at Huang Qiling and said coldly with a gloating expression, How dare you join forces with outsiders to seriously injure Sister Wenjing? Several deputy palace masters will not let you go. You, seeing Hisenjie jumping out to slander him again. Huang Qiling immediately flew into a rage. However, before he could finish speaking, the anger on his face froze. Swoosh! Another short-lived sword cry rang out, accompanied by a sword ray that appeared for a brief moment. The sword light pierced through the air, and with a puff sound, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Hisenji's eyebrows. Then he followed in the footsteps of his two companions. Dead. You're seeking death. As soon as Hisenjia was killed, a cold voice resonated from the stone forest in front of them. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. It was obvious that he was the one who killed Hisenjia. When they heard Duan Lingtian's cold voice and saw Hisenjia's tragic death, many people, including Huang Qiling, felt chills running down their spines. Duan Lingtian's voice did not resound in the air for a moment. It was as though he had disappeared. Whoosh! Huang Wenjing, who had been sent flying by Duan Lingtian earlier, had returned with a slight gust of wind. She was severely injured. After returning, Huang Wenjing's originally cold face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of frost. After coldly sweeping a glance at Huang Qiling, Huang Wenjing didn't say anything and directly entered the stone forest ahead. Things have gotten out of hand. Huang Qiling could not help but smile wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing's gaze. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. The 3 people who were killed by Duan Lingtian were not ordinary disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Each of them had their own background in the Wandering Saint Palace. Any one of the 3 wouldn't be a big deal, but once they joined forces, the impact they could cause was extremely huge. While Huang Qiling was worried about Duan Lingtian, the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Saint City was not calm at all. 3 soul pearls shattered one after another. Who? Who is it? Who killed my son? An angry roar rang out from an independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. The voice was so loud that the doors and windows in the mansion swayed as though they would fall off at any moment. Bang! Immediately afterward, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure soared into the sky from one of the rooms in the mansion, directly crashing through the room. Of course, even though he had smashed through the room, he was unscathed. It was a middle-aged man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have noticed the figure. The middle-aged man looked similar to Hisan Jie, whom he had killed earlier. The middle-aged man was none other than Hisan Jie's father. Ganger, no matter who it is, not only will I make you pay with your life for killing my grandson, but I'll also make your entire family pay with their lives. A heart-wrenching cry rang from another independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. A moment later, a figure soared into the sky from the mansion. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was an old man with white hair. His eyebrows and beard were white as well. This old man was one of the elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the grandfather of Lin Qigang, a disciple at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Yuji! Soon after, a sorrowful cry rang from another independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This time, the person who appeared was a white-haired old woman. She was the grandmother of Sita Yuji, another disciple at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. The 3 people whom Duan Lingtian had killed had extraordinary backgrounds in the Wandering Saint Palace. This was because all 3 of them were elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, they were not ordinary elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. They were elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The strongest person in the Wandering Saint Palace was the Palace Master who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. There was no doubt about this. Under the Palace Master were a few Vice Palace Masters who were at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Below them were ordinary elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The elders of the 3 people whom Duan Lingtian had killed were all at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian had killed Hisan Jie, Lin Qigang, and Sita Yuji. This meant he had made an enemy out of 3 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Chapter 22-27. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already entered the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. After him, Huang Wenjing, the most talented young genius in the Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, entered the ruin as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Wenjing had followed him, he remained silent as he walked in the underground tunnel. The ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master was located underground. One had to pass through a long passage to get to the ruin. Dangers lurked everywhere in the underground passageway. Wanting to smoothly pass through was also fraught with difficulties. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many corpses. Based on the bloodstains on the corpses, it was obvious they had been killed not long ago. There are quite a number of people exploring the path. Previously, it is likely that there were quite a number of one-time attacking formations similar to mechanisms in this tunnel. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Duan Lingtian walked in front while Huang Wenjing followed behind him. Initially, Huang Wenjing's eyes were cold as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as though she hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after a while, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian had changed. Her eyes were still cold, but there was a hint of curiosity in them. She was curious. How could this young man, who didn't seem to be older than her, possess such powerful strength? Moreover, his observation skills were shocking as well. He was able to discover her weak point in such a short time. There was a saying that went like this: when a woman became curious about a man, it was also the beginning of a fall. He wondered if Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, would feel the same way. So many. When they reached the end of the passage, Duan Lingtian thought the passage was over. However, it turned out that he was too naive. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the end of the passage, he saw 81 passages ahead of him. The openings of the 81 passageways were arranged neatly together, so it was possible to quickly calculate the number of passageways. How am I supposed to choose? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only close his eyes and extend his divine consciousness in an attempt to find something. Huang Wenjing stood nearby and looked at Duan Lingtian quietly as though she was waiting for Duan Lingtian to make his choice. Due to the commotion between the two of them, the people outside did not enter the ruin. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing were the only two in the ruin. Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to find anything when he extended his divine consciousness. If it was easy to find something, he would have taken all the treasures already. By now, up until now, many people had entered the ruins left behind by the celestial grade saint, inscription master. However, right when Duan Lingtian's heart was as calm as water, and he was mentally prepared to gain nothing. However, something unexpected happened again. Duan Lingtian discovered one of the passages in the ruin. Out of the 81 passageways, one actually gave off a very familiar aura that seemed to be déjà vu. Duan Lingtian did not have time to react at first. However, when he regained his senses, he was certain. The aura was very similar to the aura on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was a unique aura in a place where time flowed slowly. If one did not experience it personally, one would not be able to detect the aura. Time flow. Could it be that the end of this passage is a place where time flows slowly like the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. All this while, although he seemed to accept it on the surface, he still found it hard to accept the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's departure. Not only was there Hua Lao in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but there was also a place where time flowed slowly to assist him in his cultivation. Without the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation speed had plummeted. Now, Duan Lingtian became excited when he sensed the unique aura in this space that seemed to have slowed down. Without any hesitation, he flew into the passageway where the aura was coming from. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before Huang Wenjing's eyes as the wind blew gently. Huang Wenjing's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, she did not choose any other passage. Instead, she followed Duan Lingtian into the same passage as Duan Lingtian. It was as though she was following his lead. Every time Huang Wenjing thought about this decision for a very long time, she would rejoice endlessly. This was because it was the best decision she had made in her life. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After choosing the passage, Duan Lingtian was attacked by a one-time killing formation. Rays of light that looked like javelins soared through the air as though they could pierce through anything. When Duan Lingtian activated the killing formation, the rays of light locked onto him. It's comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian could tell the force of the rays of light was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such an attack was not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. All he had to do was cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A huge black turtle's silhouette appeared and blocked the attacks from the killing formation. However, as Duan Lingtian ventured deeper into the passage, he discovered the killing formation was getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he could deal with it easily. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to use his full strength. When Duan Lingtian saw the light in front of him, he had no choice but to stop when he was close to the final checkpoint. I've already used all my strength in the previous passage, and I barely passed it. This passage must be even more difficult. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. After all, since the beginning until now, all the barriers he faced were killing formations. Once he triggered them and failed to pass through them, then he would most likely end up dead. For this reason, he had to be cautious. He did not dare to activate the last passage unless he was completely confident. However, he was not confident he would be able to pass the killing formation even after he had fully recovered, let alone the fact that he had exhausted a lot of his strength. Unless his cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Just when Duan Lingtian was in a dilemma, a melodious yet cold voice that sounded like an oriole's entered his ears in a timely manner. "Let's work together." The voice came from behind him. It was none other than Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, who had followed Duan Lingtian into the passage. In fact, Duan Lingtian had noticed Huang Wenjing not long after she had followed him into the passage. However, he had ignored her. Duan Lingtian was surprised that Huang Wenjing had taken the initiative to join forces with him. He had just injured Huang Wenjing earlier, right? Was Huang Wenjing so magnanimous that she was willing to let bygones be bygones? Although you're stronger than me, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to pass the last passage. When Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian did not respond, she said, "If we work together, it won't be difficult for us to pass the last passage." "Yes, it won't be difficult." Duan Lingtian nodded when he regained his senses. Then he turned to look at Huang Wenjing and asked indifferently, "However, if we work together, how should we split the treasures at the end of the passage?" "We'll each take what we need." Huang Wenjing seemed to have expected Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she replied in a timely manner, "What if both of us need something?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. "If both of us need something, you have the right to choose," Huang Wenjing replied immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Huang Wenjing's words were more than enough to prove her sincerity. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was indeed unable to pass the last passage unless he could break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short period of time. However, that was not realistic. Put aside the fact that he could not break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short period of time. Even if he spent some time to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was no guarantee the treasures at the end of the passage would still be there. All right, Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. He decided to join forces with Huang Wenjing to pass the last passage. I wonder what kind of treasures lie at the end of such a difficult passage. The aura is very similar to the aura in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's the aura of a space where the flow of time is slow. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation. "Let's begin." Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Wenjing and called out to her. Huang Wenjing nodded. Both of them made their moves in unison. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning as they charged toward the last passage. Immediately, the killing formation on the final checkpoint was activated. Boom! 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 A series of explosions reverberated in the air as waves of energy surged out from the passage where Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing were standing. These forces were extremely powerful and terrifying. As soon as they appeared and came into contact with the tunnel, they caused the entire tunnel to tremble as if a world-shaking earthquake had occurred. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing seemed to have transformed into a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. They looked extremely tiny and vulnerable. All of a sudden, let's attack together. Chapter 22-28. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian shouted, "Whoosh!" A huge, illusory black tortoise appeared around his body, protecting him within. It was the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the black tortoise's protection. Whoosh! 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 Along with the sound of swords whistling in the air, streaks of sword rays appeared around Huang Wenjing, forming a light shield. This was the defensive divine ability that Huang Wenjing had mastered, the myriad sword's defense. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing cast their defensive divine abilities. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of vast and mighty power arrived in a timely manner and struck the two of them. To be more precise, it slammed into the defensive light barrier that the two of them had erected. Bang! With a loud bang, the defensive light shields on their bodies trembled violently, as though they would collapse at any time. What a powerful energy! Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's expressions turned solemn when they saw the first wave of attack from the killing formation. Both of their eyes were filled with vigilance as though they were on their guard. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. It was the power that was like raging waves that had begun its second attack. This time the impact was even more violent, causing Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's defensive light shields to be on the verge of collapse. With just one more wave, it would definitely shatter into pieces. To my right, Huang Wenjing's cold voice echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Okay." Duan Lingtian responded. Then he stared the wave of energy on his left and suddenly withdrew his arms. Boom! When he pushed out again, the sun saint origin that seemed to have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas was completely released. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two boundless forces swept out from Duan Lingtian's hands and merged together to form an even more powerful force. This power was like a huge divine dragon colliding with the power that was like a raging wave. Meanwhile, whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering sword whistles, Huang Wenjing attacked with lightning speed. A dense rain of swords whistled out. Tens of thousands of swords flickered, like pythons flicking their tongues as they met the power that was like a tempestuous wave. Boom! 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 As Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's attacks landed on the force in front of them, a white-hot exchange of fire began. At the same time, it set off waves of earth-shattering noises, causing the already trembling tunnel to tremble even more. It was as if it could collapse at any moment. After a while, the voice gradually became softer, and the result was revealed. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing had joined forces to break through the first wave of attack of the last killing formation. Although the killing formation in the tunnel was a one-time use, the attacks that erupted from the one-time use killing formation were divided into 3 waves. In other words, currently, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing had only passed the first wave of attack. there were 2 more waves of attack after that. For this reason, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Huang Wenjing, they were not happy that they had defeated the power that was like a tempestuous wave. Instead, they were even more vigilant. Soon after, the second wave of attack came. The second wave of attack was different from the first wave of attack. This wave of attack was as small as an embroidery needle. It pierced through the air as though it was capable of piercing a person into a beehive. In the face of this wave of attack, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Huang Wenjing, both of them began to concentrate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The power that was as small as an embroidery needle pierced through the defensive light shield erected by Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing without any obstruction. It continued to charge toward the duo. For a moment, both of them were flustered. In fact, this wave of power was not much stronger than the previous wave of attack. However, the terrifying thing about this power was that it wasn't like the raging waves from before. This wave of power transformed into countless tiny needles that pierced through the air as though they could pierce through everything. Although both of them were flustered, in the end, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing still managed to block this wave of attack with all their might. Fortunately, I have her help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block this wave of attack. After successfully blocking the second wave of attack, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Previously, even if Huang Wenjing did not make a move, he would still be able to block the first wave of attack with all his might. However, he knew he did not have the ability to block the second wave of attack by himself, even if he used all his techniques and unleashed all his strength. While Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, Huang Wenjing also heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. Previously, she was still slightly dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian. She thought if it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to discover her flaw, he would not have been able to defeat her so easily. However, now that she had witnessed the method Duan Lingtian used to block the second wave of attack, she realized the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed much stronger than her. Get ready. The third wave of attack is coming soon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Wenjing's gaze as well. He could not help but frown and remind her. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. It was definitely taboo to be distracted at this time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Huang Wenjing shuddered and regained her senses. She waited for the arrival of the third wave of attack from the killing formation. The third wave of attack was also the last wave of attack from the killing formation. As long as they could withstand the third wave of attack, they would be able to leave the tunnel and arrive at their destination to obtain the various treasures left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. Perhaps there's a cultivation space at the end of the tunnel that has a slower time flow than the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mind became active as he prepared himself for battle. As for Huang Wenjing, although she did not know what a cultivation space with a slower time flow was, she was curious about the various treasures left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. She was certain there would be many good things in there. Ow! All of a sudden, a ferocious roar resonated from the tunnel. It reverberated in the tunnel, causing one's eardrums to tremble. It was oppressive. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's expressions turned grave immediately. Dong! Suddenly, a deafening sound that sounded like a drum rang in the air. It shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing. Their expressions turned even more solemn. Dong! Dong! In the next moment, another 2 deafening sounds that sounded like a drum rang in the air. It shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing. Naturally, since they were mentally prepared, it was not as exaggerated as before. Dong! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing saw many black, dots appearing in the air. In the end, the black dots seemed to be moving across the void as they grew larger and larger. In the end, they even turned into ferocious monsters of all shapes and sizes. Their bodies were filled with heterogeneous, demonic chi. Although the devil chi was impure, it could not hide the terrifying energy in their bodies. Awu! Awu! As the ferocious and grotesque monsters charged at them one after another, a series of ferocious roars filled the entire passageway. The roars reverberated and reverberated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. "Attack!" Duan Lingtian shouted coldly as he charged forward. The 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Sword in his hand, shot out a long and narrow sword ray. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could tear everything apart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. At this moment, he would only be digging his own grave if he held back. Elementary devouring, tactic, black turtle's protection, golden crow's wings, otherworldly, celestial. Duan Lingtian cast all 4 divine abilities. Moreover, when he made his move, the 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Sword, left his hand many times. It contained the profundity of the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. That was not all. At some point, Duan Lingtian's body was covered in a layer of scales. It was none other than the scales of a divine dragon. His hands and feet had also transformed into dragon claws. Each of his dragon claws had 9 claws. These were the dragon claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon, 9-clawed dragon warrior. When Duan Lingtian charged out, Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian's transformation. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian was actually a legendary 9-clawed dragon warrior. As a member of the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, Huang Wenjing had the pure blood of a human flowing in her body. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, she could only be considered a devil cultivator, not a devil. Due to this reason, she was very interested in the Tao Martial Saint Land. She had once used the soul-searching secret tactic on some of the weaker devils to learn about the Tao Martial Saint Land. She had learned about the 9-clawed divine dragon and the 9-clawed dragon warrior. As it turns out, he didn't use his full strength even when he was facing the second wave of attacks. Huang Wenjing could not help but feel bitter when she thought about this. What are you waiting for? Attack! Although Duan Lingtian did not turn his head around, he knew Huang Wenjing was in a daze. When he charged toward one of the monsters, he shouted at Huang Wenjing to remind her. Huang Wenjing regained her senses and followed Duan Lingtian to join the battle. Chapter 22-29. Awu! Awu! The group of monsters were not weak. They surrounded Huang Wenjing, as if they would not rest until they killed her. At first, Huang Wenjing could still handle it, but later on, the monsters seemed to be endless. At this time, it was difficult for her to deal with them. In the end, she was even a little tired. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came. Huang Wenjing was caught off guard and was hit in the back by the monster's claw. She was sent flying and slammed into the wall on the side of the passage. The wall shook and Huang Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood. Her ice-cold face paled slightly. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The monsters continued to charge at Huang Wenjing. They did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. There was only killing in their eyes. They wanted to kill all the monsters in front of them. Even if Huang Wenjing wasn't injured, she still felt a lot of pressure when facing this endless wave of monsters. Not to mention that she was injured. While killing a few more monsters, Huang Wenjing was attacked by a few more monsters. She was injured, and in the end she was in danger. Am I, Huang Wenjing, going to die here today? Looking at the monsters charging at her, Huang Wenjing's expression did not change. but a sense of despair rose in her heart. "Awoo!" Suddenly, a ferocious roar of a beast came from behind Huang Wenjing. When Huang Wenjing reacted, she only felt a biting cold wind sweep not far behind her. If she was in her best condition, she would have the time to turn around and deal with the monsters behind her. But now he was powerless to do so. "I never thought that I, Huang Wenjing, would die here." Now, Huang Wenjing did not think that she could survive. Because she was seriously injured, she did not have the ability to defend against the monster behind her in time. Just when Huang Wenjing thought that she was going to die, in the nick of time, bang, 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 a series of rapid crashing sounds came into Huang Wenjing's ears. It was particularly loud and attracted her attention. In her field of vision, a ghost-like figure was rushing towards her at a ridiculously fast speed. All the monsters along the way were knocked away by him. It was a young man with a human body and a dragon body. His handsome and cold face was covered in blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his own blood or the blood of the monsters. "Squat down!" Suddenly, she saw the young man look at her and let out a hurried shout at her. At this moment, she saw the anxiety in the young man's eyes. She immediately squatted down as a conditioned reflex. She didn't even have time to care about her image. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same instant she squatted down, Huang Wenjing felt a strong wind sweep past her head, causing her heart to feel a chill. If she hadn't squatted down, just now she was dead for sure. Whoosh! Just as Huang Wenjing felt a chill in her heart, she saw from the corner of her eyes that a ghost-like figure was heading straight for her head. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. When she turned her head slightly, she saw the monster that attacked her was knocked away by the ghostly figure. Looking at the figure covered in blood, even Huang Wenjing didn't know what was going on. Her heart trembled slightly. It was as though a string in the depths of her heart had been pulled. Every woman, when she was a little girl, dreamed of having a Prince Charming who was a peerless hero who would step on colorful clouds to save her when she was in danger. Huang Wenjing was no exception. "Back to back, let's kill them." A hurried voice sounded, causing Huang Wenjing to snap back to reality. She stood back to back with the owner of the voice, Duan Lingtian, as they dealt with the endless stream of monsters that were charging at them. At this moment, even Huang Wenjing did not notice it. The frost on her face that seemed to have been frozen for thousands of years was showing signs of melting. Huang Wenjing did not join forces with Duan Lingtian in the beginning. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position. At this moment, she was standing back to back with Duan Lingtian. Compared to before, it was much easier for her. As long as the monsters came close to them, they would be killed. Earlier, she was not the only one who was injured. Duan Lingtian was also injured. However, his injuries were not as serious as hers. Fortunately, although both of them were injured, it did not affect their strength too much. "We're here." Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing finally managed to carve out a path of blood as they made their way to the end of the passageway and left it. After leaving the passage, the monsters did not chase after them. When they subconsciously turned around, they realized that there were no more monsters in the tunnel. It was as if the monsters they encountered earlier were just illusions. "Welcome to the Time Cave." Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing could regain their senses, a voice rang in their ears in unison. The voice was old and filled with vicissitudes of life. "Time Cave." Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Time Cave? What was that? While they were still in shock, the voice rang out again, resounding in their ears. "When I left behind this time cave, I was a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master and an eminent celestial who was about to ascend." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. A quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master? Was he not a celestial grade saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at Huang Wenjing. Someone discovered a large number of 1,000 inscription saint weapons here and thought it's impossible for a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master to be so generous as to leave 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon lying around. Therefore, they speculated that this is a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Huang Wenjing replied in a timely manner, as though she could see Duan Lingtian's confusion. She had similar doubts in her mind before. Leave 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon lying around? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. An ordinary quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master would not do such a thing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized it was all a misunderstanding. This was not a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master, but a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master who was an eminent celestial. The old voice continued to ring in the air. My biggest wish in life is to become a celestial grade saint inscription master and inscribe a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. I have a feeling there's a saint weapon that's even more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Unfortunately, even after I broke through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, past the heavenly tribulation, and was close to ascending, I still couldn't complete my wish of inscribing a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he realized something was amiss. The person who left behind this ruin did not know about the existence of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, which were also super saint weapons. Super saint weapons had yet to appear in that person's era. In other words, the celestial grade saint inscription master who was capable of inscribing super saint weapons hadn't appeared in that era. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. The person who left behind this ruin must have existed for even longer. It seems like this ruin isn't left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master, Huang Wenjing said. Previously, I was wondering how the celestial grade saint inscription master could have left behind such a powerful killing formation since his cultivation base wasn't high. Now, everything is explainable. Huang Wenjing was unaware that she had become more and more talkative. She was much more talkative than before. At the same time, Huang Wenjing's beautiful eyes lit up. Compared to a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master with a mediocre cultivation base, she was much more interested in a ruin left behind by an eminent celestial. After all, she was not a saint inscription master, so she was not interested in the inheritance left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. The only thing she was interested in was the super saint weapon that might not even exist. However, the inheritance left behind by an eminent celestial was completely different. Even she could not help but be tempted. Soon after, the old voice resonated in the air again. Although I did manage to inscribe a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon before I ascended, I discovered a combination of saint inscriptions while I was inscribing saint inscriptions. This combination of saint inscriptions can only be set up in a specific environment. It's similar to a one-time formation, but it's not an ordinary one-time formation. The time cave you're in now is where I set up the combination of saint inscriptions. Before I ascended, I set up a total of 3 time caves. 2 of them were used up by me. The last one is the one you're in now. The flow of time in the time cave is extremely slow. However, there's no specific time ratio. It might be a year, 10 years, or even dozens of years in a single thought. The 2 time caves I've used before, one of them lasted 9 years in a single thought, while the other lasted 13 years in a single thought. They helped me comprehend 2 divine abilities to their limits. There's a stone platform not far in front of you. Sit on it, and you'll be able to open the time cave with just a thought. I suggest you focus on comprehending one of the divine abilities before you open the time cave. If you're distracted, you might end up using up the time cave in advance. Chapter 2230. The time cave is the most precious treasure I left behind. As for the other places, they only have some saint stones and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. The old voice continued to reverberate in the air, informing Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing of the situation. The time cave was the most precious thing in the ruins they were currently in. In an instant, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's gazes shifted to the other side at the same time. There was a stone platform standing there. The surroundings and the top of the stone platform were engraved with various patterns. It gave off an ancient and weathered feeling. It was obvious that it had existed for a very long time. Once he sat on the top, he would be able to open the time cave with just a thought. Furthermore, according to what the owner of that voice had said, as long as one opened the time cave and focused on comprehending a certain divine ability, they would have the opportunity to comprehend that divine ability to the extreme. 10 years in a single thought, dozens of years in a single thought, all were possible. If I can master the elementary devouring tactic in the Swayu cave, not only will my strength be greatly improved, but I'll also be able to help others improve their innate spiritual roots through the elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but quicken. What did it mean to help others improve their innate spiritual roots? That also meant Duan Lingtian was able to create so many peerless geniuses with violet, innate spiritual roots. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. It was as if he was a hunter who had finally found his prey after not seeing it for a long time. I almost forgot. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and he completely woke up. Now he was not the only one here. There was also Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he and Huang Wenjing had agreed beforehand that he would have the priority to choose the good things later on. But now, it seemed like the time cave was the only good thing here. How were they going to distribute it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at Huang Wenjing. Go ahead. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing, she said without hesitation, if you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead. I wouldn't have been able to make it here. Duan Lingtian had never expected this. Before he could open his mouth, Huang Wenjing took the initiative to give him the time cave. Moreover, after learning about the benefits that the time cave could bring, he didn't hesitate to take the initiative to give it to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was both shocked and moved. I wasn't just saving you, I was also saving myself. If you had died just like that, I wouldn't have been able to stop those monsters' attacks, and I wouldn't have been able to stand here. Therefore, I only saved you for myself, Duan Lingtian told Huang Wenjing. Then, without waiting for Huang Wenjing to respond, he continued to speak. However, this time cave is extremely important to me. Thus, it's impossible for me to refuse the fact that you're giving it to me. However, I'll make a promise to you. If I really obtain the benefits that I think I'll get from this time cave, I'll repay you. You'll owe me a big favor, Duan Lingtian said. He had already made up his mind. If he could really comprehend his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave, he would return Huang Wenjing a big favor and help her improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not make it clear since he did not know if he could comprehend his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave. There's no need for that. Huang Wenjing did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by favor, so she politely shook her head and rejected him. If she knew, she would not have rejected him. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Huang Wenjing's words. He continued to make his way to the stone platform in front of him. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Go ahead. I'll protect you, Huang Wenjing said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of the stone platform. When he heard Huang Wenjing's words, he came to a halt and turned around to look at her. He said solemnly, I, Duan Lingtian, am a man of my word. After he finished speaking, he sat on the stone platform without waiting for Huang Wenjing's reply. After sitting cross-legged, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how long this time cave lasts. If I can open the time cave with just a thought, I wonder how many years I can spend in a single thought. If I can spend dozens of years in a single thought, I might be able to comprehend my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit. I hope I'll be able to comprehend the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. In that case, not only will my strength improve, but I'll also be able to help Father, Mother, and little Faye, or improve their innate talent. Although he would need to devour other people's innate spiritual roots in order to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel pressured at all. After all, the Debussy subterranean was a chaotic place. As long as he wanted, he could devour a large number of innate spiritual roots. There was no need for him to feel pressured. When Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian sitting on the stone platform, she stood at the side and observed her surroundings vigilantly. It was as though even the slightest movement in the wind could not escape her attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to open the time cave. After extending his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that he was not sitting on the stone platform. Currently, he did not look like he was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Instead, he looked more like he was sitting cross-legged on a vast altar. The altar was also engraved with countless complicated and densely packed patterns. At first glance, one would not be able to tell what these patterns were. However, if one took a closer look, one would be able to see that these patterns were made up of innate spiritual roots. These patterns were formed from various saint inscriptions. However, due to the sheer number of saint inscriptions and the fact that they overlapped with each other, it was difficult to tell at a glance. Open the time cave with just a thought? When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the old voice, he extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings again. In the end, he really sensed a strange aura. Following this strange aura, Duan Lingtian sensed another strange energy. This power gave people a kind of mysterious feeling. As long as I integrate my divine consciousness into it, I should be able to open the time cave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself, let's give it a try. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness also entered the strange energy. At the same time, he shifted his attention to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was completely focused on comprehending this divine ability. Since Duan Lingtian was completely focused on comprehending the divine ability, he did not know what happened next. At this moment, all he knew was that he was continuously comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In the beginning, his comprehension was rather smooth. Gradually, it became more and more difficult. Later on, he encountered a bottleneck. He ignored the bottleneck and continued to comprehend. Just like that, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He did not care about the time as he continued to comprehend it. It was as though he would not stop until he had comprehended it to its peak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about the time. In his mind, the only thought left was to comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Apart from that, he did not think about anything else. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in the time cave and fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Outside the ruin left behind by an eminent celestial celestial grade saint inscription master, the group of people regained their senses one after another. They followed Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing into the stone forest and the ruin. From this, it could also be said that it didn't take long for Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing to pass through the passage and arrive at the time cave. I really didn't expect our human devil clan to have such a young expert. Even the Wandering Saint Palace's #1 genius, Huang Wenjing is no match for him. Maybe he's an old monster wearing the skin of a young man. It's possible. While the group of people were discussing Duan Lingtian, they were completely oblivious to what was going on. The ruin they had entered was not left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. It was left behind by a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master was an eminent celestial. The group of people entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master one after another. From the north, where the human devil holy city was located, another 3 figures streaked across the sky, heading in their direction. These 3 people were a middle-aged man, an old man, and an old woman. While they were on their way, their eyes were filled with extreme hatred. It was as if someone had a grudge against them for killing their father or stealing their wife. Inside the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, in the time cave, Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian sitting on the stone platform. A moment later, he was shrouded by a layer of gray light and disappeared from her sight. In the next moment, the layer of gray light quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian and the stone platform reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing. To Huang Wenjing, Duan Lingtian only appeared in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! When Duan Lingtian reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He seemed to have lost his composure. The reason Duan Lingtian lost his composure was because he had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its peak. Chapter 2231. 100 years in a single thought. What did that mean? This meant Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the eyes of others in just a split second. Duan Lingtian had also used the time cave to its fullest potential. If the powerhouse who left the time cave behind knew that someone had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave, he would most likely be shocked. While he was inexplicably shocked, he would also be very gratified. This was because the time cave that he left behind was not wasted. If it was the same time cave, other people might only spend a few years or more in a single thought. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he had spent 100 years in a single thought. This had exceeded the estimation of the powerhouse who left behind the time cave. After all, according to the message left behind by the powerhouse, he had only said that he could spend a few decades in a single thought in the time cave. Even he had not reached that stage. I wonder, how long did I stay in the time cave with this single thought? Although Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave after he opened it, he did not have a specific concept of time. However, he did not have a clear concept of time since he was fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It was only when he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit and realized there was no room for improvement that he withdrew his divine ability. As soon as he withdrew his divine ability, he exited the time cave. As for the time cave, it was completely depleted as soon as he exited the time cave. It was as though it had never existed. Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in the time cave. However, to Huang Wenjing, who was standing nearby, it was just a blink of an eye. For this reason, she did not know how long Duan Lingtian had spent in the time cave. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in the time cave was because the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended, was not an ordinary divine ability. If it was to comprehend other divine abilities, he wouldn't have been able to stay in there for over 100 years. The elementary devouring tactic was a powerful divine ability even in the Devata realms. It was not something the divine abilities in the mundane realms could compare to. In fact, it was even more powerful than the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Even with Duan Lingtian's comprehension, It took him 100 years to comprehend the divine power, the elementary devouring tactic, to the extreme. From this, it could be seen that just how difficult was it to comprehend this divine ability to the extreme. Now that I've raised my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum level, I wonder how much my sun saint origin will be raised if I absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy around me with this elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again, like the bright stars in the night sky, shining and dazzling. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before entering the time cave, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was slightly stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, since he did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, although his Sun Saint origin was stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still slightly weaker than a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this as a foundation, he could cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was almost invincible among powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of the time cave, he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. This meant that, after he cast the elementary devouring tactic, the limit of his Sun Saint origin was no longer limited to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his Sun Saint origin could be compared to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or even the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought of this. His eyes shone brightly. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared in the air with Duan Lingtian in the center. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it sucked in all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin also improved tremendously. My Sun Saint origin. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that his Sun Saint origin had broken through his Sun Saint origin. The Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body had broken through its previous limit and was now comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, his Sun Saint origin had not reached its limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings had been sucked dry by Duan Lingtian, there was only a narrow passage left for him to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. For this reason, it would be difficult for him to improve his Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to give up on using the elementary devouring tactic to improve his Sun Saint origin. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is limited. I'll try again after I leave this place. I wonder how much my Sun Saint origin will improve with the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. His eyes shone with excitement. Since I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, I'll be able to improve the grade of other people's innate spiritual roots. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots, I'll be able to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots. What would it mean to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about it. It took him a long time to calm down. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed someone was staring at him. Based on the aura, it seemed like that person had been staring at him for a long time. How long did you stay in the time cave? The owner of the gaze was none other than Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian had only appeared in a blink of an eye. However, she knew Duan Lingtian might have spent several years in the time cave in just a blink of an eye. In fact, he might have spent more than 10 years, or even several decades in the time cave. I don't know exactly how long I stayed in there. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then he added, however, I managed to comprehend one of the divine abilities in the time cave. Based on the difficulty of comprehending that divine ability, it would have taken me at least a few decades to comprehend it. Therefore, I should have stayed in the time cave for a few decades. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious he had underestimated the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. A few decades? It seems like you've made full use of the time cave. Huang Wenjing nodded. Then, as though she had recalled something, she said solemnly, there are some things I shouldn't tell you, but since you've saved my life, I have no choice but to tell you. The 3 men you killed outside had an elder from Wandering Saint Palace backing them up. Moreover, all 3 elders from Wandering Saint Palace were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, there's nothing valuable left here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible, as far as you can. Huang Wenjing's tone became more solemn as she spoke. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian no longer had to fear powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still touched when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. After all, Huang Wenjing did not know he was not afraid of powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, before I return the favor, I don't plan to leave you. Just when Huang Wenjing thought Duan Lingtian would listen to her and leave, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke up. He wanted to return the favor to Huang Wenjing. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Huang Wenjing was here to help. If it were not for Huang Wenjing's help, he would not have been able to enter the time cave and comprehend the elementary devouring tactic in just a blink of an eye. Therefore, he would remember Huang Wenjing's favor and wanted to return it as soon as possible. Favor. Huang Wenjing suddenly recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She shook her head and said, I don't need you to return the favor. You should leave as soon as possible. If you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Huang Wenjing knew very well how important the 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace were to Duan Lingtian. They would definitely rush over as soon as they discovered the 3 elders had been killed. That was why she was so anxious to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. There were 2 reasons why she persuaded Duan Lingtian to leave. Firstly, it was because she felt Duan Lingtian had saved her life. Second, she did not know why, but she did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian, whom she had just met. Even she did not realize that when she was persuading Duan Lingtian to leave, her tone faintly revealed a sense of anxiety. What if I tell you I have a way to help you improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? Don't you want me to return the favor? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Wenjing meaningfully. He was unfazed by Huang Wenjing's persuasion and urging. Violet innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2232. What if I tell you I have a way to help you upgrade your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? You don't want me to return the favor? Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Huang Wenjing's ears. Every time it echoed in her ears, it made her heart tremble. Improve her innate spiritual root? Was an innate spiritual root something that could not be improved? However, this young man in front of her actually said he could help her upgrade her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. A violet innate spiritual root was the highest grade innate spiritual root. Although her innate spiritual root was not bad, it was only an indigo innate spiritual root. It could not be compared to the violet innate spiritual root at all. You, you can really improve my innate spiritual root? Huang Wenjing asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice trembled slightly when she spoke again. If an ordinary person had told her that it was possible to improve her innate spiritual root, she would not have believed it. However, the person who said this was Duan Lingtian. Although she did not believe it, she was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was lying. Most importantly, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to lie at all. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to answer Huang Wenjing's question. After replying, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to look for prey and help you upgrade your innate spiritual root." Look for prey? Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like she would have to look for prey to upgrade her innate spiritual root? Whoosh! When Huang Wenjing heard the sound of air being torn apart, she regained her senses. She discovered Duan Lingtian had already entered the passage and was heading out. Immediately, Huang Wenjing followed him. At this moment, Huang Wenjing was filled with questions. She could not figure out how looking for prey had anything to do with improving her innate spiritual root. Then, what does prey refer to? Whoosh! Whoosh! As if two gusts of wind blew past, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing left the passage that led to the time cave one after another and appeared at the place where the entrances to the 81 passages were located. So many entrances. Where should I go? As soon as he came out, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. It turned out that many people had come in from the outside. However, this group of people who had just entered were the last to arrive, so they did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Someone is coming out. The appearance of Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing attracted a lot of attention. For a moment, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. "Hey, brother, did you get anything good in there? Why don't you take it out for everyone to see?" A middle-aged man with a sturdy and tall figure stepped out in the air and moved towards Duan Lingtian. As he approached Duan Lingtian, he asked in a thunderous voice. His words were laced with a hint of threat. "That's right. Take it out for everyone to see. Brother, if you have something good, don't hide it. If you make us unhappy, you might have to stay here for the rest of your life. Although you're being direct, I like it. Haha." As the middle-aged man took the lead and walked toward Duan Lingtian, the people present on the scene began to discuss among themselves again. However, their attention was now on Duan Lingtian. Did a person who came out of one of the 81 passages obtain something good? They were curious about this as well. When the middle-aged man was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Duan Lingtian!" Scram! It was none other than Huang Wenjing, who had followed behind Duan Lingtian, said in a cold voice. Right now, Huang Wenjing had already regained her ice beauty appearance. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of extremely cold frost. She exuded a cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The middle-aged man who was flying toward Duan Lingtian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He only felt a gust of cold air blowing in his face, causing him to instantly stop moving. It was as though he would be frozen into an ice sculpture if he continued to charge forward. The middle-aged man looked at Huang Wenjing with a hint of dread on his face. This woman, with just a cold shout and the aura emanating from her body, gave him so much pressure. Who exactly was she? At the same time, the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Huang Wenjing. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had attracted their attention. However, when they heard Huang Wenjing's words, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. She looks familiar. I think she looks familiar as well. Many people felt that Huang Wenjing looked familiar, but they couldn't recall who she was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke. These people, they don't seem to be from the wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's words were directed at Huang Wenjing. Earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that these people were from the wandering Saint Palace. The group of people in front of him were half devil and half human half devils. They were not pure humans. Yes, although Huang Wenjing did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, she still responded immediately. The coldness on her face melted, causing the people present on the scene to be confused. Who was this purple-clad young man? How could this cold beauty treat him in such a manner? I remember now. She's Huang Wenjing. Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone's attention was drawn to Huang Wenjing again. Huang Wenjing? She's Huang Wenjing? The most beautiful woman in the human devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the wandering Saint Palace? It's her. I remember now. No wonder she looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Rumor has it that Huang Wenjing is cold to everyone, right? Why does it feel like she's different when she's with this purple-clad young man? Could it be that this purple-clad young man is someone she likes? That's possible. If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid this brat will become the public enemy of all men in the human devil clan. As the crowd discussed among themselves, the male human devils looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. She was the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. Such a delicate and beautiful flower had been plucked away just like that. How could they not be envious and jealous? If it was before, Huang Wenjing would have flown into a rage when she heard people talking about her in such a manner. However, today, she did not fly into a rage. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian guiltily. It was as though she did not care about the gossip. She was more concerned about Duan Lingtian's reaction after hearing it. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian remained nonchalant when faced with the gossip of the human devils. It was as though he did not hear them at all. For some reason, Huang Wenjing felt slightly disappointed when she saw Duan Lingtian's calmness. Since he's not from the wandering Saint Palace, there's no need for me to care about your reputation. Duan Lingtian said indifferently to Huang Wenjing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a powerful devouring energy surged out of his body. A turbulent vortex appeared out of nowhere in the void and merged with his body. It continuously devoured the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was swept clean. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen the Sun Saint energy in his body. Compared to the end of the passageway where the time cave was located, the heaven and earth spirit chi here was much more abundant. As Duan Lingtian devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body was raised to a level comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. However, Duan Lingtian encountered problem when he was about to raise his Sun Saint energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was not enough to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Naturally, there was still room for improvement. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was limited, so he could not take the final step. There's still a long way to go before my Sun Saint origin can be raised to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. However, I've already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area. It seems like I'll have to go to a place where there's no restriction if I want to cast the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he stopped devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area came from the outside. Due to the small size of the entrance, the speed of the heaven and earth spirit energy entering was very slow. Even if he devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy that entered, it would not raise his heaven and earth spirit energy in a short period of time. For this reason, he decided to stop devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. Initially, I wanted to see how much my sun saint origin can be raised to. However, it seems like I'll have to wait until I get out of here. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to test the limit of his sun saint origin, he would not have cast the elementary devouring tactic even if he wanted to attack the group of human devils. This was because the group of human devils in front of him was not enough for him to cast the elementary devouring tactic. The strongest among these human devils was only at the 5th form of the saint celestial stage. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man who was standing closest to Duan Lingtian asked coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.